to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome everyone at FIDE Grand Prix 2022, and we do have here semifinals already. Out of 16 players, we just have final 4 competing for the best prize and the title. I am honored to be joined by Grandmaster and former world champion Wesley Anand. Welcome, Wesley, at the show.
Hi, Katie. Yeah, it's been a very exciting tournament so far, and I'm looking forward to today's round. Even if a lot of the big battles have been taken away, we still want to know who's the winner of the tournament.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the graphics and check out the players and the results of the first round. We had Hikaru Nakamura and Shahir Mamediyarov played rather peacefully and made a draw. And in the other game, Wesley So beat Amin Tabatabai with white pieces. Today, they will reverse the colors and we're going to have another classical chess. Wesley, let's take a look at the format once again and just point out what is the Grand Prix. So out of 3 tournaments, players had to play 2 events, and this is the final tournament. And we started with 16 players divided into 4 groups, but now we are already in the semifinals, which means that only 4 players are now competing and trying to get the first place. And let's take a look at the prize right now. The winner gets 24,000 euro. The runner-up will get 18,000 euro, and all the players here has guaranteed 12,000 euros. So this is the format and the prize fund of this tournament, and all the information you can check out to go.chess.com/FIDEGP 2022. So Wesley, what are your expectations for today's game? Is it possible to predict here at this point before the start? Will be there some draws, some decisive results?
Well, I mean, Tabatabai has to win today. And so he's in the desperate situation where he's going to have to force the pace against who still is one of the most solid players in the world, especially when he chooses to be. For Hikaru and Shakhriyar, I would guess that Shakhriyar would want to put a little bit of pressure, but I don't think too much. Because you always don't want to overstep the bounds. So if you can find some way of making Hikaru uncomfortable, making him work a bit, he'll try. It's hard to believe that he'll take big risks now, because it can backfire as well. So the game which we're guaranteed a serious winning attempt will be Amin, of course.
That's right. In the interview, Hikaru Nakamura mentioned that he is now concentrated and all his thoughts goes to the candidates tournament, which will come this summer. Do you think this can be a little bit distract thoughts for Hikaru for this event, or he can leave the thoughts for a moment and fully focus on the chess at this point?
I'm sure he can block it for a few days. It's, I mean, I have won tournaments with a round to spare, and you can put off the celebration by 1 day or 2. And I think it's a mini challenge. It's not the whole package, but it's a mini challenge, and he will do it for 2 more days, and that's it, or 1 more day, and then we'll see. Besides, he's the man with no pressure nowadays. So, I mean, he's pursuing his hobby here. So, so we'll see how Shakhriyar feels. But I think Hikaru is very relaxed these days. He seems to come off like that. So,
right. Vishy, we're going to take now the short break, but before that, our viewers can vote for the results. We have last 2 games, and you guys, it will not take too long. So go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, and click vote, and guess the result. And don't forget that this result and the process ends after 10 moves in each game. So you don't really have much of the time. It's better to do it right now and vote for the result and support your the player that you think gonna win today. So guys, we're going to take now a very short break, and we'll be back right before the first moves. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022 semifinals, and here we are to see the battle between four players. Shahriar Mammadiyarov with white pieces in today's game, and Hikaru Nakamura with black. And we do have Amin Tabatabai in must-win situation against Wesley So. Vishay, it says that it's 3 p.m. already, Central European time, and we are receiving the moves, and we can see that in the game of Shahriar and Nakamura, we do have one d4, and
it's going to be a Queen's Gambit.
Yes, we do have Queen's Gambit.
Well, it could also be a precursor to Semislav, it could be Rogozin, so still not yet a Queen's Gambit, could be a Catalan, we'll see.
Vishay, we were talking what could be the choice of Mammadiyarov today's match with white pieces, and I thought he would go e4, and Dania said like, no, he will go d4, he doesn't want to go e4 against Nakamura, because Nakamura is just rock solid in that variations, and he chose d4. Do you think here these opening choices and the nuances matters big time?
They reveal a train of thought. Hikaru, I think, really believes in the Queen's Gambit decline. He has used it at critical moments and is willing. I mean, if he takes the lead in the first game, he'll play the Queen's Gambit decline. He believes in it. It makes perfect sense from him. And but white has a lot of possibilities to play little ideas, which could surprise Hikaru a bit. So for the moment, I think nothing really remarkable here. Quite expected from both of them.
Right. We do have here bishop on f4. Usually bishop also goes to g5. Here, what can be the main difference between these two moves, bishop g5 and bishop f4?
Well, bishop g5, sometimes black plays either some sort of Lasker type knight e4 and swaps a lot of pieces. With bishop f4, I mean, you can't speak in general terms. They're very specific and sharp lines, but Hikaru is known to go for knight bd7, and c5 is the line you play when you want to play a few moves and not something that dissolves in preparation. So after c5, black will play c6. Then in some way they'll play b6, b4, a5, a3, and these positions are quite interesting, but they're fairly well mapped. I don't think there's anything to really surprise either one of them. Maybe Shahriar will just ask Hikaru to show his cards, and then they will go home. I don't know. It's not a line where I think white is supposed to be better, but we'll see what they're capable of.
That's right. Meanwhile, Vishay, we do have here the statistics, head-to-head results. Ooh, h4, this is something new.
Yes. No, this comes up nowadays. It's how you play chess these days, unfortunately. You just go h4 everywhere. But it makes it interesting. And one idea is obviously to push it to h6, but the other one is also somewhere you could play knight g5. You can sack g4. So Shak is not at all settling in for a safe option. I think he's at least he should have some idea that he wants to test and ask Hikaru to prove. So, right, but it should be said h4. I don't think it's new. So
it's not new. There was the match between Vincent Kmar and Shahriar Mammadiyarov, where in different opening he started to h4 and then he sacrificed g4 next move and started to attack the king. It was in blitz format, and he totally crushed Vincent with white pieces. Let's see how he gonna proceed in here. We have a5. The pawn before is hanging. a3 seems to be here the move to be played.
And then the question is, do you go bishop a6 or bishop b7 first? You can play maybe knight e4. So there are many options. The point if black plays bishop a6 is that white has then essentially gained the move h4 for free, because he takes on a6 with the bishop on f1 instead of losing a move with d3 first. Is that worth something? I don't know, but it's an extra move. And so, for instance, maybe the b5 line works slightly better here. Say b5, c6, queen c8, c7, b4.
Okay, c7, b4.
Knight b5, a4. And I think, well, rook c1, for instance, I just run it through the main line, knight e4.
This is main line.
Well, it's one of the main lines. And now the point is, I can play knight g5 here.
Okay.
I mean, I did it without the pawn on h4 once, because if you take twice, I'll put a knight on d6 in the end. So this line works like that. But can you imagine that here you can do it for free? You're not even losing a knight. So that is one detail.
Well, there was one little detail that I would love to show to our viewers, because this knight on d7 was hanging. So white takes this knight, then black can take the knight on c3, give a check, and also attack the rook here at the same time. So for this reason, white played c7 there, and we had this very interesting variation here. And yeah, this move can be quite useful that Shahryar played here instead of bishop d3. That's what
well, I mean, suddenly the knight, which would normally be, it would be a mini sacrifice. Here, it's not even that. So.
Okay. And Vishy, what happens if we have some sort of traits here? Is that good for black, or is that good for white? For instance, pawn takes, rook takes, and now the pawn, and if we have this structure.
I would guess this is just terrible, because I have queen a4. And must be remembered that this is sort of what white is dreaming of, and black goes to some lengths to have an active queen side before he allows this. Because now, can you imagine, white can put a queen on a4. He can play knight d2, b3, knight a5. I mean, all the squares have cleared up. So this exchange seems to me very, very premature. I guess, oh, Hikaru's gone knight g4. Well, taking advantage of the fact that h4 is being played. And then he may do things along what you suggested. He could take on b4, take on a1, take on c5, because he has this e5 break. So Hikaru is thinking in very concrete terms. But this is all prep, I'm sure. So both sides will know their way around. I think
so
in 2020, during all these, sorry to interrupt, sorry. I mean, it's just in 2020, during these online events, Hikaru more or less was living from the Queen's Gambit decline. So I'm sure his prep is still very up to date there.
Yeah, Vishy, knight g4, in fact, he wants to play e5 next move, no matter what white does.
Well, the thing is, as long as c5 is weak, it's not even a sacrifice. And so you get that activity.
Right.
I could take on c5 first and then play e5, or I could play e5 as well. So there are options everywhere.
Right, for instance, bishop d3 here.
Let's say AB. But we have to be careful, because as you say, bishop d3, AB, there might be some bishop h7 check. I don't think it works, especially if I'm taking stuff on the queen side, it shouldn't work. And I'll tell you why. If you instead of AB4, you play bishop h7 check.
Here.
King h7, knight g5 check. I can just ignore you and go king g8. And normally queen g4 would be a very strong attack, but you can just collect my knight. And after queen h5, you have knight f6. So here, it doesn't seem to be in time. And after ab4, you would have to take. Then I could take on a1. You take, I take on, I think I take on c5, you take, and then I can play e5. And that's the advantage of having the knight on g4. And I think you have to take on e5. and I take on c5, and I probably have a good position. So that's the idea of knight g4. I don't know what Shaq has prepared. Is he going to go knight g5 or something, or some other move? The problem is always that this pin on the A file, where I threaten to play, not pin, but let's say the battery on the A file, AB4, rook A1, queen A1, is hanging. So the white queen can never take that knight on g4 easily, because something will happen on the queen side. So knight g4 looks like a good move to me.
It was played really fast by Hikaru, so he was ready for this. Bishop, before we have the next move here by Shakir, let's take a look at the second game, as they have already also started. Here we have Amin Tabatabai with white pieces against Wesley. So let's bring that game on the board and try to see what happened. And we have a3 and bishop takes c3. Black gives this dark square bishop. And is he going now to put all the pawns on the dark squares and perhaps at some point push e5? Is that what black wants? Or he goes with d5, c5 and playing in the center?
Well, you can do both, but I'm really tempted to go b6, bishop a6, and knight c6 somehow. Well, b6 and in some order, knight c6, bishop a6, and go after the c4 pawn, because nowadays we try not to have very dogmatic principles, but I always believed that this combination of a3, making it a same-ish, then putting a knight on f3, and then playing g3 is just mixing all the plans. To my non-theoretical eyes, it looks like a serious mishmash of plans, but these days everything is much more concrete. So I would have to assume that Amin isn't making this up at the board and that he has some idea. Of course, he understands what is happening to the c4 pawn, but I think you've already gathered that I don't like this very much. So.
Yeah. G3 is on the board. It's Wesley to think. Wesley just needs a draw here. Which do you think he will go in the position where it's easy to make a draw, or he just takes this as a next game for him and he will still try to win and get some rating out of it?
I think there's some incentive to playing this game normally. And secondly, the best way to play for a draw is sometimes to play normally. You play your best line. I mean, your best line is there for you not to lose. And so why not just play your best line? So it would be crazy for him, especially with the black pieces, to start thinking about the draw very much. He still needs to play a normal game with black and solve problems and then get the draw that he wants. But there's no need to kind of go searching after it.
Right.
Okay, Hikaru has just gone bishop e2. So basically he's saying, okay, go ahead and do whatever e5 stuff you want and I'll deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see e5 straight away.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's bishop g3, I don't know. Oh, also, sorry, just 1 second. Could I go d5 here? After e5?
Mm-hmm.
If I play d5,
b5?
d4 takes e5, d4 takes e5, d4 takes e5.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
And then I'm assuming bc5, b5 is not really what you want. So I would throw in ab4 first and then take on c5, I guess.
Take the rook as well.
Queen a1 and bc5.
Okay, what's the difference now? Can b5 will be?
Yes, but now I play
dangerous?
bishop b7, and for a start, your queen is not on d1, so that's helpful. Mm-hmm. Second, I could probably, and maybe this was true even in the earlier position, I could have played d4, I don't know, but bc6 looks slightly out of place to me. No, in the other variation, but where I did not take. Yeah, if you take bc5, I think I'd go b5, and then if you go bishop b7, I can take on c6 and take on d5. So
yeah, this queen now supports the knight.
Might be a little something. I mean, I can play knight takes, d takes, d7 takes e5, for instance, but
and this position, how we can evaluate this position, who stands better, like as this pawn here, but very active pieces too.
my hunch is black is going to be fine, but maybe I should try to prove it with some moves. Let's see. If I go knight takes e7, queen e7, I think also your h4 pawn is hanging, and I have rook d8 and very natural moves, so should be okay, I think.
Oh, we have a move, Vishy, after bishop e2, like
h5.
h5. Ooh.
Wow. Okay, so there must be details. I haven't followed this line too closely recently, and clearly both of them are aiming for something very specific. So
what can be the idea of this move h5? He wants to guard the knight on g4?
yes. He just wants to but which move exactly was he worried about that he is anticipating with h5? And I'm kind of confused that I don't see why he couldn't play e5. I mean, take on b4, take on c5 and e5. So that is a little bit annoying. Maybe ab4, rook a1, queen a1, if bc5, maybe dc5, but normally these things don't work. Somehow hope for some knight d4 or something. But I don't believe it. Bishop f6 or e5 should be fine.
But in this variation after h5, then e5 cannot be as big threat as it was before, because now h5 pawn will be hanging.
Yes.
Can white push here b5 in this position?
Okay, and if I play bishop b7,
Step in bc for now. About to annoy this knight with knight d2, knight g5, for instance, to attack the knight on g4.
oh boy.
Actually, this knight g5 can be played before b5 too, right?
Yes, it could. You could have done it one move earlier. But then I would take on b4, take on a1 and play e5.
And the queen is not here. This is not a target anymore.
Yeah, so I mean, more relevant that after e5, if you move your bishop back, I take on d4 and take on g5 or something.
Okay, so b5, bishop here, and knight g5 sounds okay. with these pawns h4, h5, it's not so peaceful, Vishy. Maybe they want to play here rather than to go to tiebreakers and play rapid games, but they're just showing that
it is possible, but yeah, it's also it can easily backfire badly. So, and we must remember this: we are back to classical games, so Hikaru has a lot of time to think, so you can't bluff too much. You can obviously, if you catch them in something, you can have fun. But I don't know, to be honest. I'm not familiar with this move h5, so it's a bit out of my. I mean, there's a kind of tension. White wants to move the knight on f3 so that he can put pressure on g4. But the moment you do that, black hits with e5. So there's that dead tension in the air there. And the whole queen side is just waiting to smash itself up. And so.
Right. And Vishy, if white takes the pawn and white wants to just avoid any tension on this side, and it starts with b takes a5, then black will take the c5 pawn, right? And gonna leave these pawns on a file doubled, and black will be just stronger in the center. So b takes a5 here will not be working.
Yes, I think you're completely, and you answered your own question, is that white is first of all losing a pawn, and second, white has given himself so many pawn islands, and so they're all going to be lost in the long run, and it's just that.
We do have some updates in the other game, and let's take a look what is happening in the other game here after b6 that you were suggesting, Vishy. We do have here white playing pawn on d5 and trying to close the center. So you can take a look after g3, b6, bishop g2,
well,
bishop.
Yes, I'm familiar with d5. In the sense that, but I've seen this exact position with a pawn on a2. So normally if black volunteers bishop c3, bishop bc3, b6, then you get it for free. So here white has just added this move a3. I'm surprised that Wesley went bishop b7 though. I would have wanted knight c6 first and then bishop a6 somehow. Maybe white has some specific response, like d5, I have knight a5. And that's going to be very good for me. You can play knight e5 maybe, instead of d5. And then I just go bishop b7, it should be okay. Ah, wait a minute, he takes on c6. And if bishop takes c6, he wants to go d5 here. Still, I can't say I really dislike black here. Bishop b7, even e4, I go d6. It's perfectly acceptable. And once again, I can do my favorite bishop a6, which I keep going on about, but
right
somewhere. So.
That's interesting. Knight c6 looks very logical move here. But yeah, bishop b7 has been played, and we have here d5. So knights cannot come on c6 now. What can be this square for the knight? Is he going to play d6 and then knight to d7, or he wants to play knight a6, knight c7, d6, and then b5 to strike on the queen side?
I would consider knight e4 maybe. Or if I go e d5, what are you going to do? You're going to go knight h4, I guess, right? But maybe I have some specific opportunity here. I go bishop a6.
Here in this position?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. And if cd5, because you have no way to defend e2, I can play rook e8.
Okay.
And you either have to play bishop f3 or you have to play e3 or bishop e3, which may allow an exchange sack. So
yeah, maybe knight f, bishop f3 here.
yes. Then I go d6. Maybe I'm following up with knight bd7, knight e5.
Looks good for black.
I mean, I keep on telling myself this is a normal Nimzo, except that white has just randomly played this move a3. But I assume it's not that simple.
True. So here this pawn, yeah, d5 now is hanging, but white is not going to take it back. White is going to bring this knight somewhere, maybe h4 to pin it, and then try to get this pawn, get the knight on f5. But as we saw, there's some counter play for black and some concrete lines, and it's not so easy. So we might expect here Wesley to play this d takes e takes d5 and then bishop a6, which we just show on the board. And what happens if knight comes on e4? That's interesting move.
I would assume I could go knight d2. I could go queen d3 maybe. Both queen d3 looks nice. If you have to play f5, then I think this is fairly pleasant. I mean, I can go knight d2. I can go bishop f4. So maybe knight d2 is nice. Ah no, knight d2 you take, I take, and maybe you have e5. But then I have e4. And I'm threatening to open the king side up for the two bishops. And then suddenly you see that the same pawns which were very weak with my bishop on a6 and knight on a5, now they are keeping those pieces completely shut. I mean, at the edge of the game. So can't do that.
Right.
But I think we have two tense battles. Actually, this has turned out quite well. I mean, Amin is willing to take some strategic positional risk in order to ensure that Wesley doesn't get into his little shell and just stay there. And the same with, well, Hikaru and Shakhriyar. I think a position where some accuracy is demanded. So it's all you can ask for.
That's right. Just they are taking a little bit long time here, as this is the classical chess. They have enough time. We do have 19 minutes for 40 moves, and after 40 moves, then there is half an hour increment on the clock, and also 30 minutes of the increment from the first move. And yesterday they were not struggling in the time trouble, so they're taking this time, and it takes a little bit slow. But which game is more exciting for you, Vishy, to see the one of or Mamudirov and Nakamura, or Tabatabaye and So?
I would say that I'm more curious what's going to happen in Wesley Tabatabaye. Also, the score is more dynamic there. With Shakhriyar and Hikaru, we could well be still in both prep, and then it might not be. Though I'm curious as to what is happening, but it might well be that there isn't a decisive result in the air there, because Hikaru is also making moves very confidently. what seemed to be an obscure line, they seem to know it quite well. I think Amin and So have the more promising position from our perspective.
Right. We should know yesterday there was Arena Kings chess.com, and Nakamura played that, and earlier he played Title Tuesday and he won those 2 events, and then he also plays at the over the board chess, and he's now trying to play in both open, in online and over the board chess, and he's winning both games. This is incredible.
Yes, it's fantastic. I remember once when I was playing in Mainz with Grishchuk, we were playing this match, and Grishchuk surprised me by playing an open tournament on the morning, and then we would play our match in the evening. So he decided to play in the open, just to play. And I understood what got him there. It's that at some point you get fed up preparing and waiting for the game to start. You just want to do something. And playing can in fact be a release of tension. So, and I can understand Hikaru's feeling, though I myself would not subject myself to that. But because you're also expending some energy, but maybe he's already prepared and he just feels that's enough. I'll play some Arena Kings. Also, he's clearly someone who enjoys these formats a lot and likes playing in them. So why not?
Right. And how did the things went for Grishchuk back then when he played the match and the open tournament at the same time?
Well, he beat me that day, so it seemed to work very well for him. He was behind by 3 points. But yes, that day he caught up by 1 point. So.
Oh no. It was a good decision then from his side that he was.
I mean, he had lost so many games, and he just, I think, wanted to play himself back into form. I mean, sometimes you just feel frustrated and you want to play, and it was a kind of interesting decision from him. But I also think that these things are not obviously wrong. I mean, I don't think it's very straightforward to say he played, therefore he must be tired. It doesn't work like that. In fact, you can get more tired by waiting than by simply playing. So if you have something to do during the morning, that might actually make you less tired. These things can be paradoxical.
Yeah, that's right. We're still waiting, Moose, to come forward to us. We're going to take now a very short break, and we hope that by the time we're back, we will see some more updates, because still we don't know where these games are going, which direction these games are going, who's studying better. So guys, don't go anywhere, because we will be back soon and we will know more details about these 2 matches. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022 semi-finals, and we do have 2 games in progress now. Let's take a look if we have any updates in those games, and then dive into. And Vishy, there's only one game which is updated for now, and seems like Nakamura started bishop b7 here by Shafir's move b5. So we saw that move earlier on the board. b5.
I thought things were fizzling out if that had to happen. But, you know, white will take on c6, take on b6. And maybe a rook b1. And there might be a little something. But of course, black could capture with his knight, in which case that knight could come to c4. So that might be the way to go.
Right. Should be 7. Yeah, this move bishop e7 played rather fast by Hikaru, as he has now more time on the clock than Shahriar, and seems like this is the only way to answer this, right? Like if you take on b5, then it comes c6 right away, c7. Knight can take on b5 later. This is very good play for white.
Yes, the difference is when the bishop was on a6 or the rook was on a6 and it had been exchanged, then queen c8 allowed you to sidestep. But here you're getting hammered. So well, we cannot do that. I think bishop b7 is the way to go. So let's try b takes c6. Bishop takes, c takes b6. So if you go queen takes b6, then maybe rook b1 and something on b5 might be nice for white. And if you take with the knight, then in contrast to what I said earlier, I realized that I could play knight e5. I think you're forced to capture. And the question for you is, how do you save that pawn?
Right. We take by the bishop, right, here?
Yes, of course. And then if you go g6, then bishop h5 wins, as far as I can tell. So
checkmate here. If f6, then white can bring the
this
rook
is
then.
Queen g6 check, king h8, and now rook h3. Yes, I think that's it.
Queen h6 and rook g3 idea.
I mean, you have to do queen g6 first, because if you go rook h3, then rook f7. But I think this is straightforward.
Right. Yeah, and black can cover this. Okay, so 95 is very interesting move, Fish, because the bishop is
hang
hanging.
on a second. So knight e5, bishop e5, g6. If bishop h5, there is knight c4 as an intermezzo. So this thing has to be maybe taken a bit more slowly. I don't know if I can just keep going. Bishop takes g6. But I suspect not. F g6, queen g4, king f7 maybe is going to escape. Oh. h5, g5. I don't know where this is going, but h6, yeah, why not?
It's 2 moves.
Yeah, but knight takes e5, d takes e5. I don't know, queen e8 maybe.
Right.
Perhaps we didn't even need to take on h5. Maybe g4 is also a strong move.
G4. Knight c4 and bishop g4 or g4 here?
I don't know. Bishop. Oh, here bishop. G4. Maybe even bishop F4 still works. Just positionally, GH5, Queen H5. Maybe even this way I can make it happen because Rook H3 is a very strong threat.
It's interesting.
E5 maybe. But D5 and then yeah, it's getting ugly.
Maybe knight d6, knight f5 to stop this rook. Knight d6.
Okay.
Knight f5.
Yes, knight d6 might be.
G4 and just go in.
Knight d6, I could play bishop h6 if I wanted. And then I get the rook as well, but yeah, probably knight f5 and you should have some play.
It's an interesting idea.
Yes.
C takes b6 has been played first.
Okay. I guess betting on the fact that I cannot play c5 because of bishop c7. In which case, this is of course, if that is true, and I suspect it is, then cb6 might be more accurate because if queen b6, I might be able to play knight a4 or something instead of taking on c6. So it might give white some extra options here. So maybe that's the point.
So in case of knight b6 here, can white still go for this move, knight e5? Knight g5 is also a very good looking move.
Yes. Because now the knight has been distracted on the other side. So I can, but I can play knight f6 here. Bishop takes h5. Or and then you can play, if I had taken on c6, for instance, you could play knight c4 and just say that that h pawn is not worth very much right now. And I'm going to do some counterplay on the queen side, something like that. Wesley has actually made a few moves.
Yeah.
Probably we should have a look because that game is also very tense strategically.
Yeah, I will move to the next game. Wesley So and Anand. So d5 was the last move, and Wesley decided to play d6 here. We had castles, queen e7, knight h4, and knight d7. This is currently the position.
Right. So I think Wesley has reacted sensibly, not taken any big risks, and what can white do? Maybe e4. But then knight e5 is coming, and that c4 pawn is not looking very good.
Yeah, now knight d5 is a threat, in fact, and then bishop a6 to attack in this way. Knight is too far on h4. What's the idea of knight being on h4? It doesn't go on f5?
It could. I mean, it's an argument against black ever taking on d5, but I think it's probably the best way to play. I mean, where else should the knight go? If it goes to e1 or something, it's too far away. g5, it'll get kicked around more. So probably it's also by elimination, the move that they play.
Right.
Also, interesting question, well, should I take the pawn here? Should I go d takes e6? Bishop g2, ef7. I mean, only because I can capture with the knight, but if I go queen takes f7, knight g2, maybe queen c4 is just looking very nice, yes. I mean, yeah, I need one more move for knight e3, and then you could even take on e2, I think so.
Can we start here some pawn push with f4 first, like to stop knight e5 coming, and next move to play e4 and to get this center, strong center with f4?
Yes, because I cannot play e5 easily. I don't know what I should play. Yes, the knight f5 is too strong. Maybe
Yeah,
I should even bite and bite my tongue and just go g6 or something. But f4 is... What if I played ed5? So if knight f5, I have queen e6 actually. Sorry. So that was... it's only e5 you couldn't play. ed5 is possible. And if cd5, then let me just play g6 and stop that knight coming to f5 forever. And now I have this e4 square. I mean, I can put a knight on e4. I could play bishop a6 next.
You can also at some point maybe go c4, bishop e2 to get this diagonal, maybe?
Yes. So c4, let me go rook a e8 or rook f, I don't know which one, rook f e8 probably.
Right. Pawn is hanging.
But you could play bishop f3 or rook e1 maybe. Knight e4.
Bishop
Quite
e2.
tenuous. Feels like decent out for white, doesn't it? Maybe f4 I should play g6 without ed5.
Here, f4.
Yeah, f4 and g6. Yeah. I mean, maybe you could play e4 here.
It takes d5.
Yes, and then something strong. I don't know, e5, e5, d5, cd5 or something.
Threatening d6.
Kind of grasping at straws. I don't know what happens for e4. Maybe d6 and f5 is some compensation, or maybe it isn't. That's the problem. Maybe you just go to d8. You're fine.
Right. For g6. Right, in this position, if white takes with the e-pawn, is not enough for white to prove that it's better.
If I go rook f8,
Something like bishop to d2.
e2.
Yeah. Probably queen e2. Possible to attack this pawn, or rook, bishop a6 also a possibility here. And in the other game, Vichy queen captured on b6.
Okay.
Game of Mamedirov and Hikaru. Can take a look at that too.
Yes. And Shak has castled, yeah. Maybe I should just play A4 here myself, black.
A4?
Yeah.
What's the idea of this move?
Well, just to stop you getting knight A4, I thought. But if knight A4, I have queen A5. And then maybe some knight C5 might work. Because I don't want to go back to B2, I guess. But it's not a bad move, even though if I go knight B2, I'm coming to D3 later, and maybe the knight can move to the king side as well. So it might not be quite, might be a reasonable choice.
What about to maybe first take here, not to give the pawn, just to keep the pawn, and now maybe knight B2?
Yes, that's also, but can I go bishop A3?
Possible. Yeah, maybe just knight D3 here.
Well, I was hoping to exchange queens with bishop A4, but I realized that your bishop on F4 is controlling B8, so this won't work. Yeah, no, it's, I think keeping the pawn, taking out C6, and then bringing the knight to D3. Maybe move that bishop and play knight F4 might be just very healthy.
Right. So castle is on the board. Yeah, E5 is no longer here strong move, right? It just gives up a pawn. Just you can take.
Yeah, well, D5 exactly. And where is my compensation exactly?
Mm-hmm. Right. Castles, and we are waiting here the move from Hikaru to place. Is it a little bit pleasant for whites? White has more ideas and more plans, or it's just equally okay for black as well, as black has some ideas too?
My current feeling is that it's not equal, that white is slightly more comfortable, but maybe it's just a feeling. I mean, I don't know, maybe rook F8 works. There is no real damage done. Also, what exactly is wrong with CV5? I guess knight B5 and then you're threatening bishop C7, and that's unpleasant.
Right. Rook C, F to C8 here as well.
Here I might have rook B1 or something.
Right. Rook F to C8 has been played by Hikaru. So what happens after knight A4?
Queen D8.
Rook B1.
Black also could consider C5 even if he wanted. Besides, there is also CB5, bishop B5, bishop C6, trading those bishops, and that might be quite possible. Also, we shouldn't forget that you have left your pawn on A3 hanging. So I could take that and swing back to B4, for instance. So a few options there.
Okay, rook to F to C8. Is he hoping to push now c5 in this position with black? Or he prefers to open up the c file as the rook is already here?
I think both are reasonable options, and might depend on white's reply and so on.
Right, and what
I mean, it
happens
simply
after
depends
knight
what white
g5?
does, because right now cb5, knight b5, a4 or something, it's looking like black is making some progress. So probably you have to play something specific to counter that.
True. And knight g5 here? How this can be answered as this knight on g4 is hanging.
And now I distract you with cb5, right?
cb5, knight is hanging.
Yeah, knight takes b5, and it's true. After bishop a6, you have simply rook b1.
True. And if white takes the knight on g4 first?
Head g4.
g4.
But your knight on c3 is hanging.
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, I'll have to play knight f6 first, but queen g4, I have knight f6. Oh, no, I can take on c3 because if queen h5, I have bishop takes g5 still. Yeah, so it doesn't work.
Yes, and in this position, if you move away with your knight or play queen d2 to guard the knight, or rook c1, any of these moves, I think white is losing a piece here after f6. The knight is also dropped.
Could be, but Katie, you're going to an awful lot of trouble not to take on b5. So I'm curious why. Just take on b5 and we are we have even, you can take on g4 next move. So
yeah. Yeah, I like this position after rook b1 also. The queen is and the bishop are
so
safe.
maybe rook fc8, knight g5 is a decent move. Let's see what he can do against that. Okay, Wesley has gone knight e5 if you want to pause for a second.
Let's go there.
So Amin did not play f4 and Wesley grabbed this chance to put his knight on e5. So let's see what's happening now.
Rook e1 has been played to prepare this move, and knight to e5. The pawn on c4 is hanging. How he's going to guard this pawn?
Maybe his idea is f4, knight takes e4, e4 or something like that. Some tactical shot. The problem for him is that I play ed5. And unless he's going to throw the kitchen sink with some e5 or something, if he goes ed5, I go queen d7 and white's initiative is over. d7, I think. And then if you go queen d3, I have b5 and I'm just winning. So he'll have to do something else.
Here. D takes, f takes, knight takes, and maybe bishop g5 can be something. Knight f4.
Yes. But I could have gone knight e4 instead of knight takes e5 also.
Oh, we do have a comment in our chat. How many languages do you speak, Vishy?
I speak English and Tamil, of course, and then I speak Spanish and reasonable German.
It's nice.
Well, many years of Bundesliga, many years of living in Spain. That explains those two languages.
Yeah, that's very nice.
And I know how to order hachapuri, George. So that's about it.
It needed. That's nice.
Well, of course, Elisbar taught me some few words of Georgian. So, but it's not a language; it's too difficult a language.
It is very difficult. Approved. Right, knight on e5. for some reason, Wesley has thought more than Tabatabai. What can be the main reason of this, Vishy? There is about 25 minutes difference on the clock.
I mean, the position is unusual, and you have to check what difference this pawn on a3 makes. As I said, my suspicion is it mainly makes things worse, but you still want to go through your lines and make sure. I mean, maybe Black has accidentally committed himself to the bishop on b7 instead of a6, or something has changed, so you check a few things. Mm-hmm. But I'm starting to feel that Wesley should be quite happy with this position. Somehow, rook e1, knight e5, I feel like we have missed the point somehow.
True.
What else can I do? I can go bishop g5, hit 6, bishop takes f6, but I don't really. Queen f6, d takes e6, but you have bishop g2, because eventually you'll have if I take on f7, you'll have a hit on f2. So I don't really see what he's aiming for. Do you see any idea for white?
I was thinking for a moment maybe white can play something like queen a4 to save this pawn and also avoid bishop a6, and then hope to play.
Can I take f4. On d5? Can I take on d5?
f4.
Sorry?
Or bishop g5 maybe?
Yes, bishop g5. I take on c4 with the knight. The knight, obviously. So that I don't get double pawns.
Something like e4.
Ah, yes. Queen e5. Play. Oh, no, you can't play f4. I have queen takes c3. I think, yes.
Yeah, it can be something like take, and now take here to get this pawn back, but
now I'm a clear pawn
no
up,
problem.
Right? Yes.
Yeah, this move here makes sense. G5 is a threat to capture this knight here, just to trap the knight in here, and Black has no worries at all. Can be played like c4, knight d3.
I mean, even bishop c8, d7 if I plan. It's just a pawn for nothing, right?
Yeah. We do have move a4.
Okay, he did play e4 after knight e5. So now let's see what's happening. What did we think? If knight takes c4, what's he going to do?
How about to attack this knight and then start to push f4, e5 right away?
Well, how do you attack it? Bishop f1 or?
Okay, bishop f1, knight here, f4.
No, but after bishop f1, why wouldn't I play b5? And the pawn structure is quite favorable for me now.
Right, how about rook b1? Play a6, there might be some moves like bishop takes, and this might be hanging in some variations.
I mean, I can play, give me a second. Can I go ED, queen d7? Doesn't that kind of solve everything?
Yeah, this is good, good structure. We have knight c4 already on the board. Can see what Tabatabai planned, because after this e4 and knight c4, he has to make next move rather fast because he sacrificed a pawn and he should now follow up.
Yes. But I don't think he's gotten what he wanted. So
With 5 pieces in the opening, obviously he wanted to get more, right?
yes, I mean, it's nice to surprise your opponent, but if your opponent is surprised to find himself in a good position, then I don't think it has worked. So
Right. Have you played against Wesley So, Vishay, in over the board chess?
yes, I played him a lot. Yeah, quite a few times. I haven't played him the last couple of years, obviously, but before that, we played a fair amount. I mean, all these Grand Chess Tour events, St. Louis, I would play him every year, things like that. Yeah. And,
Yeah.
but he's obviously very, very strong now, and very hard to unsettle. I think he has the best openings, very well worked out and everything. In fact, Magnus puts him under a lot of pressure, but by really finding a lot of unusual stuff against him. I think Hikaru also has a good, fairly good score against him. But they know how to bypass his opening preparation.
Right. And how can you describe him just with one word? Like if there is just that one word, you can describe Wesley So.
Well prepared.
That's fair. And did you know much about Amin Tabatabai, right? He's just have...
No, I remember this famous Fedosiev against him in the World Cup, this video that was... But I mean, he's around and he's quite strong, but I haven't really...
Right. This is one of
very
the...
closely.
Yeah, one of the first tournaments for him to show his best at this level. Vishy, we're going to take a short break right now, and hopefully when we're back, we're going to see more of the games, and they will a little bit speed up to play, because we really want to see how this game is going to continue and in the end, how it's going to end. So you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, and we are honored to have a co-host, former world champion Vishy Anand, with us today. And Vishy, so far, do you enjoy with the games? Do you think these games are exciting and not boring at all?
Yes, very much. We have interesting idea of Tabatabai. Some Nimzo motives and some of the same-ish ideas. So he's lost a pawn on the queen side, but not the most important pawn. He's got two bishops. I think still a challenging position to play. And Hikaru and Shakhriyar also have a fascinating position. So which one do you want to get started with?
Let's start with this one, as we have now knight already on g5, and I like to see this move here because I was so much waiting for this move to happen. And after knight g5, Vishy here like just ignored this, and he played knight to f8.
Yes, it's quite a nice trap. Do you see it? You go bishop takes g4, g4, queen takes g4, and I think he wants to just go bishop d7, and then that knight has a problem finding a decent square.
And also e5 is coming. For instance, knight goes somewhere, or rook comes on c1 to guard this e5. Oh, no.
Yes, well, you have to be careful because there is a knight takes d5 in this position.
Okay, then we can take first this one.
Yes, but then I have two pieces for a thing I wasn't sure. In fact, I wasn't even sure that I couldn't go knight e2, because if you go e5,
right,
instead of rook fc1, if I went knight e2, quote unquote blundered, and then you go e5, I go queen f3, you take on d4, I mean f4, I take on f4, and I'm winning the d5 one as well. I don't think white's better, but he might have enough for a piece. Probably not. Bishop g5 must be better for black. But rook fc1 is possible. Maybe I could play queen b2 after rook fc1, just not allow you to settle down there.
In this position, rook here and queen 2. Queen to d8. b3 is also a possibility. Oh,
b2 even, yeah, b2.
b2, yeah.
I mean, maybe b3 is good as well. But queen b2, and you can't somehow rook a b1. I take on a3. And it's kind of messed up for you here.
Right.
Because if I go back to a1, you don't even repeat. I take rook takes c3. Because I'm getting everything with check. I'll take on c1 and check, and take on e3 as well. So can't do that.
Not good. Okay, so rook here, queen can get on b2 or b3. Both of them looks very good. And the moment knight leaves, we might see e5. So that's a nice drop here by Hikaru. And Vishy, if you take here first and then take, you see this bar goes all the way down here, and gives black a big advantage, because also knight can be dropped here after f6. Knight has not squares. Those squares are just taken.
Yes. So maybe bishop g4 is not the way to proceed. Maybe white is better off playing rook b1 and putting something on b5. Maybe that's how you should do it. Or bishop d3.
Bishop d3, yeah. He played bishop d3. Yeah.
But bishop d3, I can play a4. I mean, I'm banging on about this move, but the idea is to fix your pawn on a3 and then give myself some extra space. Now I have queen a5. Something along those lines might be thing. So I might well go back to d8. But
right. Right. We have a lot of people joining right now. Maybe we can take a look at this game from the beginning and very quickly just get through how this happened and what was the opening. So we can go with the first move and check the most important and key points here in this game.
Okay, so a little background. Typically, if white goes bishop d3 here, black goes a5, a3, and then usually is able to play bishop a6. I mean, there's a lot of theory, but it works for black. So what many people try to do is to gain a move. They either play h4 or some such move, which is exactly what Shakhriyar has done. And now after a5, a3, at least the explanation is that bishop a6 is not so ideal, because white's bishop captures the bishop on a6 in one move, and he has essentially gained the move h4. So what Hikaru did was very specific. He took advantage of the fact that white has put the pawn on h4, and then put his knight on a square that that h pawn can no longer attack. So his move was knight g4. I think this was a very critical moment for the development of the current position. Shakhriyar went bishop e2. And here Hikaru played this interesting plan h5, suggesting to me that he was not surprised by all this. Anyway, h4 has been known for quite some time, so Hikaru wasn't surprised today and had this well up his sleeve. Okay.
Yeah, bishop b5, bishop b7, and then these trades happened here, and this activated a little bit black species more than white species. For instance, now it's some variations, knight here is hanging as well.
Yes, but he might not have had a choice. I mean, he could not keep that tension forever and simply had to release it. In which case, we might simply have to assume that Hikaru knew what he was getting into. I mean, with computers, you can get to this very fast, and Hikaru is well prepared. So I think right now, my feeling is that black is doing quite well.
In the current position, right? After bishop.
That's right, bishop because we were discussing that you cannot take on g4. Because if you take, I have this move bishop d7, which and anyway, the point that Hikaru is also making is that that kingside pawn is not the most valuable. It's a pawn, no doubt about it, but it's might not decide the game if black is able to counterattack and win the a3 pawn, for instance, or get some activity on the queen side. So that is at least the claim I think he could be making.
Right. So bishop d3, and black decided to play bishop to e8 to hit this knight on c3. And is he going to play at some point maybe f6, or he will be fully focused on the queen side?
I must admit, I don't particularly see what is different between bishop d7 and e8. But yeah, one thing e8 could do is allow f6, knight moves, bishop g6. But I don't think white has anything to fear from that. I mean, white can play knight e2 here, bringing one more piece to attack h5.
True.
And if black plays f6 here, then just imagine that white plays knight h3. So suddenly black has to face this threat of f3, because that knight can only go to this horrible square h6. So there's a lot of tension building up on the king side. I think if he goes bishop, has he gone bishop e8? No, he's not yet played it, right?
No, not yet. Bishop e8 is bishop e8 is the final move. Yeah, bishop e8 is the final move.
Okay, in that case, to me it seems that knight e2 is a decent place for Hikaru. I mean, for Shakhriyar to start. Of course, no damage done. I could still play a4 as well. So very tense game. And in fact, still everything can happen in this game.
He's hoping that after knight G3 to trade queens. And if you take the pawn on H5, F6 attacks both knights. And this bishop indirectly just guards the F5 pawn, H5 pawn.
Yes, but just keep in mind you'll have to exchange on D1 first, right? So that queen takes G4 doesn't happen. Yeah, so.
Yes. First you can take here.
Take there first and then play F6.
Oh, this one.
But wait, F6, can I go knight takes E6, knight takes bishop F5?
F5, too many things.
But I think you can play knight takes E6, bishop H5 yourself, maybe.
I have to take this, right? And take here.
Then I still have knight C7. So even if you blunder the piece, it's a very rich position is what I want to say. But I don't think black is worse yet. Just I don't think white is either. So
it's a bit complicated position for everyone also in the chat.
The other thing is I could of course kick your queen and play knight b5. I don't know which of the two I would do. But both are the quite serious moves that you would have to look at.
Mm-hmm. True. Fish, is there some moves like, for instance, rook b1 first to attack this queen and then knight b5 to also look at the queen side? Or this moves like rook b1 always just drops the pawn on a3 unprotected?
I think rook b1 is quite playable because if queen d8, then I go knight b5. And if you take the pawn, rook takes b5, bishop takes a3, I might have some composition. Let's see if we can make something happen. Can I go rook b7? But you'll go bishop e7 back. How do I, maybe queen f3 or something like that?
Just sitting here. Yeah, seems like a compensation here. Well, we're waiting for the moves, and in the other game, we have now both games on the screen. The small games are the live boards. We can see that Tabatabai just gave up this pawn on c4, a double pawn, and after bishop f1, he went c4 now. He wants to bring this bishop on the long diagonal, and we have knight g6 played by Wesley.
It's a very good move. I was just thinking if knight takes g6, could you play fg6, you know, Fischer style, but maybe e5 works. No, e5 I have ed5. And if ef6, queen f6, rook a2, d4, maybe it's not enough for a piece. Or maybe it is. So.
And in case of h takes g, for instance here, how white is going to proceed, still e5, or first he will develop the bishop?
I don't know. White can also take this positionally, play a4, maybe even g4, rook a3, rook h3, but it's a bit of a stretch.
Oh, wow.
I don't know.
It's a nice idea.
It's possible that white has enough for a pawn, but nothing more.
Can make some moves, some random moves here to show this line. G4 with the idea to bring this rook here looks quite tempting. This is very interesting situation. This knight on e5 looks very strong, and he just withdraws back to trade with his side knight here. Was he afraid of the moves like f4, bishop b2, and then e5, or why he decided to bring this knight on g6 without any threat?
Well, my feeling is that it just relieves the tension. I mean, here white is threatening f4. It's very hard to play e5 without allowing either cd5 or even e takes d5. Now the f5 square becomes available for the knight. And somehow your knight is in front. So I think it's quite nice to play knight g6 and exchange that pair if you want. Then you can move the other knight and play e5, and black is extremely solid. I think at the moment Wesley is looking the favorite to get on to the next round. Simply because you should remind that he has a 1-point lead, remind us ourselves. But
yeah, let's take a look at the current situation. Wesley won yesterday the game with white pieces, and Tabatabai now is in must-win situation. And the other game has ended in draw, so they don't have as much stress as Tabatabai has now in this game, and they can also make a draw and to play tomorrow the tiebreakers. Vishy, what would be your personal choice nowadays, like to play classical game, like 2 classical games, or to make draws rather fast and go to the tiebreakers in rapid chess? Which is your favorite format?
It's a bit of a gamble. When I played a lot of knockouts, because that's when you get these 2-game things, and before I tried not to aim for the tie breaks too much. I felt it's kind of healthy to at least go through the motions with both colors in the main games, and then that kind of warmed you up for the tie break. But of course, if the match score favored me, then I would be the solid guy. That's also normal. But in general, I didn't try to make 2 quick draws and go for the tie break all the time. Somehow you're switching yourself on and off. That can be tricky. But if my opponent did it with white, then fine. That's happened several times.
Right. Yeah, in the other match that we have right now, I can bring it on the board once again, even though we don't have any updates here yet. Oh, knight a4, we have an update. Here, knight a4 has been played now. His threat is knight b6, fork, and
that is nice actually. We were obsessed with knight b5, but of course knight a4 is possible.
Yeah.
But here I could go rook c3, rook b3, take a4, and I fix this thing. But you can play queen b7 maybe, which can be annoying.
Good take. I'll take here. Right, this is impossible. This is impossible. Queen d7 as rook is hanging, and rook b8 is impossible. So the bishop is controlling.
Well, there's a nice trap in the position. If you play f6 here, I think I can play bishop h7 check.
Oh.
Knight h7, knight e6. No, you go queen e8, knight c7.
There's bishop d6 move. I just saw it on the end.
Wow, that's nice.
Incredible. Because if you take, then there's a checkmate, and otherwise this bishop is hanging, and how black is going to guard.
Okay. I was calculating knight c7, rook b8, and trying to work it out till the end. It might also be very good. Knight c7, rook b8, queen a7. And I might just be winning here, because if queen d8, knight d5, of course you can take queen d5. Then I have 2 pawns. No, then can I go knight e6 or do we start all over again? So queen d8, I go knight e6, you go rook a8, and then we start all over again. I go queen b7, you go back to e8, we do this again. This could be funny. Oh, but if bishop d6 works, it's very cool. Could I go?
Knight f8.
I guess then knight is winning.
Yeah, queen d5 also a possibility. Knight c7. So knight a4. This move, knight d7, is just bad looking move, right? It's just to control this, but it allows so many things on the king side.
Also, you can see how effectively white's bishop on f4 is controlling that b8 square, which black really wants to have. And also, this bishop is taking the a6 square. It's generally, white's bishops are clearly superior to black's bishops right now.
Mm-hmm. True.
So after knight a4, let's see if something else can be done. Has he played rook a7?
Rook a7 has been played, yes.
Okay. How do we go about this here? We can go queen b3, basically saying again, you're missing all the key squares too.
And rook a7 is a very good idea here to avoid this knight b6.
Which one?
Rook a7, very nice idea. What
rook a7 is
knight b6 attacks the rook?
Then I can go rook c3, right?
Yeah. And here as well. So queen b3 makes here sense to avoid rook c3 move. And now it's rotating this one. Right. Oh, how about bishop d6 to trade the bishops? And if you take queen takes, there is not knight c5 right away because there is a checkmate on h2. So black is winning some time.
Yes, maybe bishop d6 is just reasonable there.
Yeah.
Okay, wait 1 second. Can I go knight b6 instead of queen b3?
Mm-hmm. Rook c3. Knight c4, knight a4 back, and that can be a repetition.
Well, then I'm losing a piece, right?
Yeah. For some reason, the bar is not moving. I don't know.
Because he wants to go queen c2 and then rook b8 and queen at 7 mate or something. Okay, wait, let's do this. Yeah, queen c2, rook a3. And why can't I just play bishop takes g5?
Queen takes, rook takes queen, bishop takes.
Oh,
rook.
beautiful. Queen c5 forks the 2 rooks. Isn't that amazing? It just forks the 2. And of course, Niemann would be very happy in this position because he even has an extra knight. He won rook and knight versus queen and rook. And here he has even 2 knights. So.
Right. It's funny. This pawn is just strongly placed here. So yeah, rook b8 here is a beautiful idea. Let me very quickly show to the viewers. If queen leaves the 8 rank, then this rook pins the knight, and we have here checkmate on h7. So for this reason, black has to sacrifice now the queen, and there is this very beautiful sequence in the end that these 2 rooks are just not connected and they're under attack. Yeah, looks good. So yeah, bishop here. I like this one very much. Can we also trade in then bishop d6? It's also a possibility. Bishop, we do have very interesting move in the other game. So let's bring the board on the stream, and it is Tsatsalashvili and Wesley So here. Tsatsalashvili decided not to trade the knights, and he withdrew this knight on g2, and now we have b5 by Wesley.
Okay, let's try CV5. Have they played it or are you executing?
Yeah, they played. No, they played
it. Okay. And ED5. I'm not sure this is such a nice thing for black, actually. Hang on, let's see. So what, queen d7? I want to play bishop b2, but I guess I have to play knight e3 first.
Yeah.
But you can go rook f8 or something. And how do I defend that pawn?
Okay, the threat is knight takes, and rook e1. If we give this back, then this is hanging. Bishop b2, maybe?
Wait, bishop b2, I can play knight takes d5, can't I?
Yeah. And now
rook e1, bishop takes d5. I mean, maybe there is some composition, just rook d1. Well, then I go queen c3 and queen takes c5, maybe?
Yeah, f6 should be played here and queen c5. Queen d7 is already on the board, so it takes d5 and queen d7.
Yes, so
but for instance, after knight is e3, there is also a move knight e7 here to still attack the pawn on d5.
okay, bishop c4. And maybe now there's a rook f8 idea too.
Take everything here and here.
Yeah, it seems that black is getting enough play.
Right. Queen knight e3 has been played here by Tsatsalashvili. We can also go through this game from the beginning, as the other game has been played, queen to b3 by Shahir, and bishop d6 as well, as we mentioned. That's the game we can also bring up here. So yeah, if white takes this bishop, then queen comes here, and there is the checkmate that white has to watch out here. Probably knight back on f3, and now this can lead to bishop captures the knight, because black doesn't want to allow this knight to come here, right? So just takes, and now rook c3 possible. Double attack here and here. b3. And probably another rook can come here on c3, c7, or just take an a4, as we suggested earlier.
Queen b2 or something. I mean, I can play rook b1 and stop you entering anywhere. So.
Right. Bishop d6 is on the board, and Shahriar is taking a lot of time. He is down to 33 minutes, and Hikaru has 57 for now. So it's like more than 20 minutes of difference at this point.
Yes. Well, I think Hikaru really needs to figure out if there's any way to, because if there's some advantage for white, it's well hidden. So.
Hikaru started a little bit slow at this tournament, and then he started to win the games, and he qualified in the end to the candidates tournament. And Richie, as you have traveled everywhere for the chess tournaments, has this been an issue for you, like traveling to long distance where there's a different time zone and different climate, and it's just harder to adjust the city when you have to play?
Well, Europe is roughly a maximum of 4.5, or if you take the UK in winter, it's 5.5 hours. That's the maximum time difference. Whereas for the Americans, a trip to Europe is a minimum time difference of 6 hours. And then if they go further west, then it's 7, 8, or 9. And so they have more jet lag to deal with. When I flew to the States, which is of course just an inversion, it's night and day and day and night over there. So when I flew to the States, I would always go at least a week early, so that I would get into the other time zone.
Wow. A week early, that's a lot of days before they...
Yes, but you imagine the first day you're waking up in the middle of the night and you're thinking, then the second day it's a bit better, and then slowly you're settling down to some sort of routine. For St. Louis, I was always going a few days early, at least 4 or 5 days early, or I would go somewhere else in the US a few days early, and that way break it, because it's not much use if you just fall asleep at the crucial moment during the game. So you need to adjust a little bit at least. I have never played in the West Coast, but that would have been a huge time difference.
Yeah, perhaps the players from USA traveled some days earlier, but Hikaru was streaming like 2 days before, so I don't think he traveled a week before there, or 3 days before. I think it was just like 1 or 2 days before.
Well, he could have been streaming from Europe as well. So.
Oh no! He was from his USA.
Oh, okay.
Because in stream you show so much when you stream, you cannot hide the place you are unless you use a green screen. So yeah, maybe that was the reason. And Vishy, you said that you speak some decent of Germany because you have played there some tournaments for many years. And what's the city like? What is Berlin? How much they like chess? Are there like big fans there? Are there like a lot of chess clubs and people are getting involved to chess tournaments? How's the situation there?
I think Berlin, Germany in general has a good chess tradition and very good chess organization. I mean, they have this elaborate league, the Bundesliga, which it's a lot of opportunities, a lot of teams, a lot of players get to play there. Besides that, they have this tradition of summer festivals. Of course, more than I'm familiar with earlier, you had Mainz, you had Dortmund, so those two would be next to each other in the summer. And they had always a fair amount of events. They were quite active. And I think I was lucky that when I started playing in the Bundesliga, this new sponsor arrived in Baden-Baden, Wolfgang Grenke and the Grenke team. And that was fantastic because it changed everything, and they started organizing both very good events and very good team. I've always enjoyed going to Berlin and seeing Berlin because I didn't travel to Berlin for many years after the wall opened, and you kind of feel that you should visit this place and see what it's like. But of course, Berlin is a fantastic city. It's one of my favorites. Also, simply to go for long walks, it's just everywhere. It's just an amazing city. But recently, they're much more active in chess. I mean, they're doing these Grand Prix. They had the candidate some years back. They're doing a lot. I played my World Championship in Bonn with Kramnik. So, and yeah, I have quite a lot of connection with Germany in that sense.
Right, and as I remember, when pandemic started and lockdown started, you spent some time in Germany, right? For
yes. So the organizer, very, very close friend of mine, the organizer of the Mainz Chess Classic, I had a flat I had a place right next to where he lived. And that was where I did a lot of my training for many matches and things like that. So I was there, and then the lockdown started. Okay. I counted myself fairly lucky in many senses because I was stuck at my own house, as opposed to being stuck somewhere in some airport hotel and then not knowing when you can leave. I was in my own house, and of course Hans Walter and Connie were right next door and thing. But yes, I was expected to fly back in March, and I flew March 17th. I had a flight. My original flight ticket return was March 17th of 2020, and I flew back on May 29th. So that's the.
Wow.
But I can't complain. I was locked at home, so it was fine.
Better to be locked at home rather than at hotel. That's the worst situation. And also for chess players, one of the daily routine, the part of daily routine is to walk after the games, and in some places it's impossible to walk, but I think in Berlin there are, as you also mentioned, there are many places to go. Especially I was there recently, like a month ago or something, and they had so strict rules towards COVID. And they asked so many boosters and the PCR tests at the restaurant, so it was too much for me. But I don't think now any chess player suffers with that restrictions.
Yeah, for me it's a bit strange because the attitude varies so much from country to country. Some countries have moved on completely, but Germany goes through the motions very, very, very strongly. Whereas, for instance, what I've heard is that the UK, they've just opened everything and they've moved on. And I understand that maybe Norway has done the same, and all you need is a vaccination and they don't question you anymore. It's crazy because what we have is every country having its own rules. Even within the EU, there's so much difference. When I went from Croatia to Germany, totally different rules and so on last year. But yeah, it's not the best time to travel and play, but you're still, I'm grateful that we're able to do it at all.
Right, right, yeah.
By the way, Hikaru has not taken on a4. He's gone, he's doubled on the c file. So quite some tension there, because if white plays knight c5, I think he wants to go knight d7 and force open that c file. So I'm curious how Shakhriyar is going to get out of this, or what he's going to do next.
Right, and what happens if we have knight trades here? We'll
okay, bishop. I think bishop takes, so that I keep my rook c3 plan.
Right. Yeah,
and this is looking unpleasant, right?
Yeah, and these rooks are coming on open file, and yeah, this.
Yeah, I have rook f queen b2 maybe, and if rook c3, can I go rook c1?
Okay.
No, you go rook d3. So after rook f(c1), rook d3, rook c8, bishop c8, and queen c2, you have bishop a6. So that's not working. No. So then this is maybe a little bit awkward.
We have knight to c5 on the board. Oh,
okay,
wow.
what is he going to do after knight d7? Let's see. If he goes knight b7, I thought I can just go queen e7 because the threat of rook c3 is back again.
Right. The knight is hanging. Knight b7 maybe?
Queen e7, that's what I was saying. And then how do you stop rook c3?
Knight takes, rook here.
Rook c3, queen d1, queen a3, maybe just knight b3, and maybe that's about equal.
Yeah, although black's pieces are very active.
Well, they look active, but they're actually in empty space. And they're not attacking any pawns, and it might not be the worst thing.
True. So 97. Yeah, knight a6 is just a bit. This is a threat. Rook c3 now is a threat. So knight d7, bishop d7, and queen goes somewhere maybe, or bishop goes somewhere. Yeah, queen b2, we saw that line. But what happens if bishop b5 and white tries to trade more pieces and goes for safer endgame?
Well, if I go rook c3,
queen b2.
it's just a pawn, isn't it? Bishop takes b5 and
queen takes. It's just a pawn. And yeah.
I don't know rook a3, but queen a3 maybe. But queen a3 you have. You don't have rook a1 because of queen a1.
Oh wow! Let's show this. But there's queen f1. Look at this position.
Yes.
So takes. Queen f1 is
and
possible.
Then yeah, but I have an outside pass pawn. So.
Oh no. Knight c5 has been played. I think at this point, Hikaru is spending the time because he knows this knight c5 might not be the most accurate move. But if not knight c5, then what else white could do here? Because
I suspect knight c5 there is a way to equalize. Maybe knight c5, knight d7, knight a4 back something. But then I can play e5. So
right.
So I can't repeat. Oh no, but I have bishop f5. Maybe that's maybe knight c5, knight d7, knight a4 is a repetition, and neither side can really improve.
Oh, sorry. Here, yeah. This can lead us to the tie breaks. I really want to see the tie breaks between these two players because they are so good in pass control, and
yes, it will be fun.
It will be just
tomorrow,
interesting.
Right? Yes. Maybe they do requests. You can ask them.
I can ask. Yeah. Let's take a quick look to the other game as now we are waiting Hikaru to make a move. We can see bird's eye view, and this is a position we had earlier on the board. Wesley went for rook to e8. Now he pins this knight and he threatens to take the pawn on d5. So white has to find a way how to guard the pawn on d5. That's his task now.
Yes.
All right. That's very interesting situation how white should play here. Knight d5 is a threat. Let me make any random move so our viewers can see what is a threat. Rook takes, queen takes, and now bishop takes d5, and this pawn is gone. So we have a pin on e file. Bishop c4. Bishop c4 can be 95 maybe, or 97 even. Just to still keep this pressure here. Oh, do you want to see here some funny variation? At this point,
I see another repetition, which is bishop c4, knight e5, bishop f1, knight g6. It's getting a bit ridiculous. Also, knight g4 might work.
Tiebreaker. Oh no, this is not gonna be a tiebreaker.
This is not going to tie breaks.
It's not gonna be a tiebreaker
unless white wins. So
yes.
White can also play rook e2 maybe, but it feels
that's what I wanted to show. Rook e2 is a move that you save this pawn on d5. Now it's not any longer hanging because this rook is guarded by the bishop, and also if we should the other pawn on d5.
But this queen takes b5
hanging.
simply, right? Yeah.
Can play rook b2 now, and this queen is hanging, bishop is hanging. You cannot leave this bishop.
Surprisingly, he doesn't like the exchange sack. After bishop b5, queen c7, I thought we should have great composition, but he's maybe white's plan is direct. I mean, queen a4 or something. Maybe there's something very specific happening.
Second here.
Rook, queen c8. No, rook a8.
It's interesting. Can take by the knight, this is hanging, but you can take by the bishop and give up this bishop. This is very interesting line. For instance, check, king goes in here, and knight e5. This bishop is pinned. So rook e2 is very interesting. So if this bishop b5 is not a move, then what it can be? Like rook b1 maybe to attack this bishop?
Yeah, I'm not even in time at rook takes e3 because you'll take on b7 first. So yeah, so maybe rook e2 is possible.
Looks good. In 97, rook d2, just like that.
Well, maybe also knight bishop b2 simply. Because if you take on d5, I take, you take, and then I go rook d2. And I think you're cracking under the pressure. I mean, d6 will go.
Right. Bishop can also come here.
Unless you're going to claim that you can just go knight b6 and manage. Knight b6, maybe I'll even go a4.
So rook e2
I think rook e2 is quite a clever move. How does black get through? I don't know.
Right. Can also be the only move because any other moves just drops the pawn on d5, right? Including bishop c4 and then knight e7. And king rook f1 is just bad looking move here, for instance. This, and if rook goes back on f1. And earlier in this position, it was Wesley who had 20 minutes less on the clock, and seems like now Tabatabai catch them up, and they have 35 minutes, both of them, on the board. So we might see some time problems.
Yes, to be honest, I also underestimated how this game can turn. So I thought Black was coasting, and now suddenly I'm not so sure. Maybe b5 wasn't necessary, but I think Wesley couldn't resist already.
Yeah, this b5. It's interesting. And in the other game, I see that knight is on d7. So Hikaru spotted that move and played knight d7, and now he challenged the knight on c5.
Yeah, if knight a4, then I just go rook c3. I mean, sorry, knight back to f8, and
just go back.
They can look at each other's. They can look at each other's eyes, and boom.
For some reason, this is. Oh, yeah, we mentioned this e5 earlier. Hikaru might
but
want to...
I thought, yeah, it was worrying me for a second. Then I thought maybe bishop f5, I'm coping. Unless you're going to go e4.
e4, you can't move the knight. You have to take this, probably.
Maybe this is great for Black, but
complex. When you move the knight, then g3 can be played here, so this is good.
this might be quite good for Black, actually. So maybe that's why Shaq took on d7. But then what is Shaq, and how is he going to defend his pawn on a3? So I go bishop takes d7. What's the magic move? Maybe queen b6. It's kind of like...
and if I take the pawn on a3?
Bishop a6.
Ah, okay. Bishops. Right. Rook c6. Can we play it? And this is the repetition we wanted so much. Here, this and this. Here.
We're desperately trying to find some repetition there.
Yes, we have to arrange a draw.
But now this could be tricky because I'll have some queen b8 check, knight g5 check. Who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky somewhere with queen g8 at the end. Yes, actually, queen b8 check. Or queen a8 check, maybe. King. Oh, you have queen queen f8. I have rook b8 maybe. So you might have to do some bishop c8 style thing. Here, knight g5 check and queen g8 is going to win, right?
Yeah, queen comes here. So check, maybe just to cover this check by the bishop. Then rook comes.
Okay, rook b8.
Can I take this? No, I can't. If I take on a6, then rook c8.
So what are you going to play? Queen f8 or something? Or...
Yeah, queen goes f8.
And
can be some trades, and white can take this pawn in the end. And that's another drawish line that we can show. Bishop takes to 7 is now has been played by Hikaru. And in the other game, d5 pawn is gone. I can see knight on d5. Let's go to that position. So rook e2. was not played here by Tabatabai, and he went for bishop b2 and knight now.
Yeah, allowed 95.
Mm-hmm.
And how do we go about this now?
If you take, this is a very important intermediate move, and then this bishop is very strong. And the bad thing is that Tabatabai needs to win here. It's not so bad position. You can still try to play, but not.
Well, if he goes queen c3, then black has 95. So he probably has to start with rook d1 or something.
Right, and f4 here, it's just black has this additional check.
King f2, and I have knight d4 at least.
Yeah. True. Knight to d5 has been played. I'm really curious what was his idea by bishop b2 that he played. It's just not so clear. Maybe something like knight to c4 to keep this pressure on d6 pawn.
Okay, rook takes c1.
Queen takes, and now after rook e8, for instance, queen can come on d2, rook can come on d1.
Well, hang on. Can I go knight d5 to f4?
Oh, that's a nice sacrifice. For instance, if white takes, then
no, queen d4.
Yeah, it's a checkmate. So should not.
So queen c3, and then I have knight e6, and maybe this is holding somehow.
Oh, they're playing the moves very fast. So we have knight e5, rook takes c1, queen takes c1, and now bishop d5 has been played. This is move 21. And rook d1 was played by Tabatabai rather fast. And in the other game, we do have a4 has played by Shakriar. Let's bring the bird's eye view on the board, because the engine says that that's not the best move. That the left side, Shahriar Mammadov and Hikaru Nakamura. A4 is not stopping rook coming to c3. And this is the move that we're going to take a look. But before we're going on the break, and when we're back from the break, we're going to see this move. Maybe a4 is an accuracy, and Hikaru has his chance to qualify to the finals. We're gonna figure it out together. So guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back soon in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, and we do have here semifinals, and also we do have former world champion Vichy Anand. And Vichy, the moment we left, something incredible happened in the game that we don't really expected any complications. That is the game Tabatabai and Wesley So here, knight h4 has been played, and we saw that the bar was in the middle before this move, and after this move it went all the way up and gave white a huge advantage, yes. +5. But then rook d3 has been played. Hold on, what is happening here? Rook d3, knight h4. Let's
well, if you're taking queen gh4, then queen g4 was made, and right. If you take on d5, obviously knight f3 check. But right. And it seemed for a second that there was no way to stop this or that. But then we realized that rook d3 is just very strong, and Tabatabai has found it as well. In fact, there is no move for black now. If you go knight f3 check, rook f3, bishop f3, queen c3. Now the only way to protect both the pawn on g7 and the bishop on f3 is queen g4. Mm-hmm. And then we just this is an overload. You may remember it from your puzzles, and simply h3, and the overloaded queen has to give up on one of its two tasks. There is still a move queen d4, and if that rook wasn't on a8, it would work. But queen takes f3, and then that rook on a8 is attacked. And so
checkmate, in fact.
Yeah, we couldn't find a defense, and the computer seems to confirm that it is in fact busted.
All right. So at the moment, knight h4, how hard is this move rook d3 to spot? For instance, why not queen to c3, which has sort of same ideas, but somehow
yes, but here the problem is knight f3 check, king g1, I mean king h1, sorry, and then knight d4 check, and this messes up. It stops the mate along the diagonal and solves everything for black. But well, there you could take on g2, and or you could even go queen b7 if you fancied. So many nice options there.
True.
I mean, queen b7 instead of taking, and just wonderful things. But after rook d3, Wesley So does seem to be in big trouble, and we're looking at a tiebreak tomorrow. Then at least one.
At least one. We wanted these tiebreaks indeed, but Vichy.
But I think we're getting two tie breaks, because Hikaru had an advantage, but it was very, very subtle. But now the pawns have been liquidated on the queen side, and I think this is gonna end in a draw pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is a moment we left after bishop d7. Shahir played a4, and the engine says that it's not the accurate move, it's a bit inaccuracy. And after rook c3, queen d1 is only move, and now bishop takes a4. It's not the best move here. I can see that engine suggests move like g6. This move is quite hard to spot, the g6 move, and
yes,
why this is better.
Basically, what seems to be the case, and this is not obvious because it's not obvious why white is stuck, but white doesn't have a lot of plans with his pieces, and this black just is never going to give up that c file again. And this seems to be enough for a pretty unpleasant position.
True.
Because these things can turn down very fast. If there's a way for white to defend, it has to be very quick. But of course, now Shaq is escaping with queen a5, and now he's completely safe because he can play. He's gone queen a7, but there might have been other ways as well.
Vishu, do you think that this position here, obviously Hikaru felt that he had a better position. The c file, as we mentioned, a4 is now under attack. Bishop is attacking. Knight on g4 is just amazing piece. Together with the queen, they are creating this threat on h2. All the pieces are working so well. But then he made this decision to trade some of his active pieces and to go to the end game, and now we have this end game. It's very hard to find here any idea for with black to win. So do you think this is a big factor, as he really wants to go to the tie breaks, and that's why he made these trades?
No, not at all. I think, or at least that may only be a part of the explanation. It may also be that he didn't appreciate how strong G6 is. That's not obvious at all. The idea that you just play G6, and why G6? Just to protect everything, give your king a little luft, and then you've got, you can progress. And in fact, the main point of G6 seems to be to ask your opponent to make a move, because it's not easy to find one for white. So I think Hikaru is never going to be afraid of tie breaks, but I didn't think that he's going to miss a chance to exploit an advantage if he could. That's not Hikaru. So I don't believe that's what's at play here. I mean, what's the point of, he's not like Hikaru is so much better than Shaq in Rapid and Blitz. So why would you trade an advantage for that if you saw it? I think it's just that Hikaru didn't appreciate the subtle position. And that happens because this position is not obvious. It looks like bishop b5 and there's not much happening. But in fact, we should show the line instead of after g6, bishop b5. The explanation turns out bishop takes b5. And if rook takes b5, just some quiet move like queen c7.
Pretending this one.
It's just very unpleasant. But this is not, it's not blindingly obvious. So
true.
Nonetheless, I suspect if anyone felt uncomfortable, I mean, anyone appreciated how bad White's position was, it must have been Shaq. Because, you know, when you're sitting there at the board, you're suddenly thinking, what happens if my opponent just plays king f8 or bishop e8? What do I do next? What's my next move? And you feel very uncomfortable. But sometimes with your opponent misses this. That's why if you have a lot of time, it's a good idea to go and look at the position from your opponent's side of the board.
That's what you were doing when you had bad positions, right? We just learned
as well.
your
When you have a bad position, you go to the opponent's side of the board and you think, it doesn't look that good from his position. So maybe it gives you some hope.
And Vishy,
so we have two tie breaks tomorrow. And that's what you wanted. So here you are.
Yeah, we don't want tiebreakers. Vishy, have you ever had like a poker face that you are, you're losing, but you are just pretending that you are not and just not really showing to your opponent?
Oh, very much. Very much. I mean, I don't even know it's of a poker face. You just, sometimes if you sense that your opponent hasn't spotted it, then you try to stay as still as possible. But if they're thinking a long time, this drives you mad, because how long can you sit there holding your breath? And it becomes quite unpleasant.
True.
But yes, sometimes that is your only hope, that your opponent hasn't picked up on this. So you cannot give it up.
True. I think Wesley needs more than a poker face in this position, which he has now queen g4 has
hang
been
on a second,
played.
what is going on? Queen g4.
Take this, you cannot take this because knight comes on f3 and it's a fork. So he went for queen c3 very fast, attacking this. And
yes, so knight f3 is the transposition. But what happens now if I play bishop e4?
Bishop e4.
Maybe it's h3. Or it could be bishop e2 as well. It could be bishop e2, kicking the queen, because you cannot clearly go. And then if queen g6, rook takes d6. Maybe that's the point.
True.
Yes.
And queen
so that's the explanation.
g5.
h3 might have been the same as well. g5, can I go f4 or is it going to backfire?
Why not f4 and then bishop h5?
Well, then queen h6 and we have still not... and then rook d6. That's all.
It's too many things are hanging right now. Yeah, so queen on c3. The bishop now is hanging. There will be no magic if you give up this bishop and then try to give a check here. King comes on g2. And maybe king goes on h1 here in this position.
Instead of rook takes d5, could I throw in h3?
Yes.
Just to tickle it even more?
King g2.
No, instead of rook takes d5,
yes.
could I play h3?
Right away.
And maybe that is simpler, because if your only move is queen g6, then I can take on d5 and there's no knight f3.
Yeah, that's simpler.
I mean, Wesley must be mad at himself because he had I thought he didn't need b5. It looked attractive for a while, but somehow, even if you capture d5, your pieces have to be in the right squares. That bishop and knight don't coordinate so well. So this moment turned out to be quite important.
True. But then he somehow outplayed again and the opponent, and he got this d5 pawn. And this knight h4 is completely unnecessary, right?
But it's very tempting. If you think it's a winning shot, then thing. But it'd be interesting to know if Amin saw knight h4, or
no. I think
it must be such. No, but it's happened quite often. I blunder into something, and then I realize I have a winning move, and those are the best, I can tell you.
Yeah. I think that happens to Amin. Like, he blundered his knight h4, and then he thought he was desperate to find the move, and he found the move, and he's like, hold on, I'm winning. That's surely the best feeling.
Yes, that's quite something.
Yeah.
Yes.
So here we have this queen g4. There was a nice try, but queen c3 looks very logical move. And let me update current position. If we have bishop e4 is now on the board.
And so we thought both bishop e2 and h3 are basically game over.
Right.
Maybe bishop e2 is cleaner.
There's no knight f3 check, and you cannot leave the queen. There's only 2 squares that you can play. And
Queen g5, I go f4.
g5, f4, queen g6. You can just take these or take these. Yeah, in fact, if you you can start with bishop h5.
Well, in a sense, because if you go rook takes d6, then I play f6. And now I can't play bishop h5, so, but it's probably lost anyway.
f5 is the move that the engine suggests here, Rishi. This is a bit crazy move. It hangs 3 times.
Yes, but I think your original idea was much simpler. We just go bishop h5. I mean, we start with bishop h5.
Here, right? In this position.
Yes. And then if queen h6, then you go rook takes d6, f6. But now queen c4 check wins the bishop, and then attacks the rook on a8. So that's just a clean.
Oh, wow. He blundered the move. Like, he can't even come back here. He's losing the pieces. Not only one piece, but also this knight here is trapped.
Well, he could go queen f6, but that's just a lost endgame. So it's just all moves are bad. As they say, in a bad position, all moves are bad. And that's exactly what's happening here.
Bishop b4. Tabatabai has 24 moves, and he has to spend now the time to just find the most precise moves here, either this or bishop b2 here. And then the moment he gets extra piece, then it will be very easy for him to play next 15 moves.
Yeah.
Wow, what a turn of the tables here in this game. Who would thought, Vishy, that Wesley So, who's so solid player.
I know I was saying that it's very much an uphill struggle because Wesley is well prepared in this and that, but you have to compliment Amin's courage. He played some very unusual system. And so when people play a familiar opening with some extra difference, then they can't just follow a set path. You have to find the new solutions again. And Wesley didn't manage at some point in the struggle, but that's how you win games. You can't beat Wesley doing what you do every day. You've got to do something like this. So, full marks to Amin for this. Very impressive comeback.
And visually also the fact that they have never faced on the board before. Bishop e2, by the way, and queen g5 is on the board. They have never played over the board chess, so they don't know each other. Wesley doesn't know Tabatabai what is his character, what is his style. He for sure get ready for this game and was prepared for it, but he doesn't know as much as Hikaru and Shakir knows each other. So this is also quite a bit unpleasant situation, and also the fact that you're playing against young player, this can be sometimes younger player can be sometimes an issue too.
Yes, I think in general, Wesley is also not that familiar with Amin, but it works in the other direction as well. Amin has not played Wesley that much, so or not at all, in fact. And then
right, queen g5 on the board, and now f4 is on the board. Both players' hearts are beating now quite fast, I believe.
But we all know the sensation, right? As Wesley, he might have even dreamt of a quiet day tomorrow. It's for a few minutes. You can't help it that your thoughts wander. And Wesley may have briefly thought, okay, I might have a comfortable evening today and maybe thing. And then you relax 1 second, you make a bad move, and suddenly it's horrible. And then, he's going to have how shall I put it? A pretty unpleasant evening, because he will think about everything that happened, and it's not going to be fun. But okay, that's chess.
And Vishu, do you think the fact that Tabatabai lost the game before and he just came over now, get over the situation, and Wesley is the one who could lost the game before the tie breaks, can this affect him tomorrow at the tie breaks, like with the result?
It's possible. I mean, Wesley is going to be angry, but he has the night to recover, and he can play. He can have a good day. He can have a bad day. These things. I have blown good leads and then pulled myself together and played well on the rest day. Also, Amin is going to be slightly euphoric, which is again could play this way and that way. What can you say? I can analyze all these factors, and in the end, I'll still say it's a 50-50. So that's just how it is. I don't think.
And the other game we have here, the rook offer to rook trade. Rook c1 has been played by Hikaru, and white played rook to b1. Obviously, he doesn't want us to allow. Oops, not like this. This checkmate here, as knight from g4 was such a beast piece here, always controlled this score on h2. So for this reason, after rook c1, white just played rook b1, and now there's a full control on the first rank. Do you think that black can start to go after f2 pawn here in some variations?
It's very hard, because if you're going to do it, you're going to play rook f1, rook f1, rook c2. But then remember, the old problem comes back again. I can go queen a8 check, maybe king h7. But it's true that if I play knight g5, king g6, you're threatening queen h2, and that's a problem for me. I can't free myself.
True.
But I can queen a8 check, king h7, queen a1, for instance. And why is white worse? Oh, queen b7. Sorry, queen b7. Let me go queen b7. So now I'm attacking f7, but I'm also attacking queen. I'm threatening queen b1.
Oh yeah.
And so you may have to go back to g8, and then I can go back to a8. And how can you make progress, right?
Right. Rook to c6 is not trading the rooks.
No, but maybe it's a 3-time repetition thing. When can they offer draws? They can offer a draw at any time, right?
They can offer a draw at any time, but they have this rule of 30 moves. So yeah, they are repeating now.
Okay. So he's gone back to B2 and it's just a formality.
Wow. That's very nice for us and also for viewers to see 2 tiebreakers tomorrow. Wishing you brought us luck. So rook b2 has been played, and we can expect this game to end in a draw. And it's
and you can see, but I mean, it's a winning position, but now he doesn't want to spoil it, so he's really taking his time, and he's going to nail this slowly.
Oh, he took the pawn on d6.
Took on d6. Is that what happened? Oh, because now f4 is a threat where the queen has no squares.
Oh, he wants more, even more than
no.
that.
But if I play knight f5, you cannot play f4 because the knight is defending the pawn. So you'll have to play queen e5, trying to dominate. Maybe it works, but I thought f4 was quite simple. Queen e5 is winning anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter.
This and this one. It's a bit complicated. f4 was just straightforward move.
Yes, I thought f4 was straightforward, but rook d6. What else is there? But f4 is a threat now, and the only way to stop f4 is to play knight f5, whereupon queen e5 wins.
Right. For instance, f6 will also lose a piece. Just
c4 check. Yes.
Yeah, rook d6.
Has he played knight f5?
No, not yet. There's a weird suggestion here by engine, knight to g2, that stops f4 coming for a moment.
I'm speechless, Kitty. I mean, it is amazing. If I play bishop f3, I thought this must win something, but apparently he then wants to go knight f4 and use the fact that there's a knight e2 check in the position.
Maybe now h4?
Maybe h4 just wins. So what is the idea after knight g2? What happens after bishop f3? Well, what's the magic move for black?
Yeah, this idea, and there's no magic, unfortunately.
There is no magic, right? Okay. No, I thought the computer actually managed to reach some lost ending, but there's no forced win. But in fact, it's just.
Oh, this is the magic. This is the magic, maybe. Now
but bishop f3, I'll play queen f3 because I'm attacking a8, I'm attacking f4, I'm attacking the house. So I'll just play queen f3, and what's the problem?
Yeah.
Every piece is attacked of yours. Every single piece is attacked.
Yeah, also knight here. It's true, yeah. This way. 95 is on, knight f5 has been played, and knight e5. Queen e5 is now.
I think it's queen e5, and then it's just going to resign, and that's it.
Wow.
I mean, he could probably play bishop b1, but.
No. Richard, do you think there are players who are lucky and there are some players who are unlucky, or it's just luck in chess is not not a word, not a sense?
You feel it feels unlucky, but I think Wesley will have to admit that he was simply not up to the task today. I mean, you have to complete the task, and
right, yeah, he called for it.
At some level, you have to accept that even the accidents happen because your opponent was putting resistance. There are situations, when you lose a +7 position, a huge, just winning advantage, and you lose those, that means there's at least a little bit of carelessness. And if it was so easy, why couldn't you win it? So occasionally, you can be unlucky, I think, but like sometimes there might be a miraculous resource in the position, and what can you do? But most of the time, I think you have to accept responsibility, and that's it. Cruel as it sounds, that's what chess is. So.
Yeah, that's right. There was earlier in this second leg, this situation where Sam Shankland made a draw. He had no chances at all. It was just so dry position, and then he was just pretty much.
Oh, you mean with the Andrek and Bakro, right?
Yes, and the game was going upside down. It was winning +6, then +18, and then -9. He was going all these moves, like 6, 7 moves right away. It was just crazy. And then in the end, he did not manage to go to the next semi-final. So I think that's a sort of unluck that Sam had in that tournament.
Yes, that must have felt pretty bad. And look, I'm not going to sit and make a case that it deserved to happen or something, but there's an element of luck in depending on someone else. I mean, for sometimes it works out very well. I'll tell you a nice story for me. I was playing in the candidates in 1993 in Biel. And I just gave up. I gave up on qualification because it seemed so hopeless. I drew my last game against Sveshnikov, and I went to, I think Sveshnikov. And I went to analyze with him a little bit. And I went to my hotel and just thought that's over. And we're talking well before the day where you could follow the games live on your phone and so on. So I had no idea what was happening when I went back to my hotel. Then 2 hours later, out of curiosity, I went back for a walk to the hall, and I found that all my rivals were still playing. So I wanted closure, which is to know that I had not qualified. This was unpleasant because I could still qualify. But I needed 4 or 5 results to happen. And one by one, they happened. Then I came back another 2 hours later. And 3 out of these 5 results had happened, and there were only 2 left. And then the 4th one came my way, and then there was only 1 left. And I'm sitting there, I think it was Barev against Potish. And Barev defended this ending. And finally, I realized I had qualified. But here, so the question you asked me about luck. And the question is, did I deserve to qualify? I did not even try. I left myself entirely in the hands of my opponents, my rivals, and I qualified. Is that, did I deserve it? And that's why you have difficulty with this concept of telling someone that they deserve not to qualify, because I didn't even think I deserved to qualify. So it's messed up. But in the long run, I think you have to just accept responsibility and move on. So
wow, that's amazing.
That's my wisdom on that.
5 games. Wow, that's nice. 5 games. That's a lucky one indeed.
Yeah, so in fact, there is a lot of luck. But if you depend on it for an explanation, who knows?
True. We do have here move Queen E7 played by Wesley. He's trying to trade the queens and guard the.
Actually, we kind of the position is so good it doesn't matter. But in fact, black is not lost material, but white is just winning this. There are so many ways this can be won. I mean, first of all, bishop c4. I don't see a move. Rook d7 first, and then bishop c4. So rook d7 is a good place to start.
Yeah,
because if you go knight d5, then I go bishop c4, knight b6, bishop f7 check, king f8, or it doesn't matter, king f8, and I have rook c7 square, and so.
Right.
Can you go rook d8 here? Hang on. Ah, no, rook d8, then I play bishop g7 check.
Takes.
King g7, bishop d5 check, and I collect the bishop on d4. So then I've solved that one, yeah.
Yeah, and all the pawns are hanging now, the 3 pawns, and they are hanging. And the white king has no worries at all because can play on g2. This is simply winning. In the game, we have after knight a7, we have a4 played by Tabatabai. Here, every move makes sense for white. Yes. It's just so good position.
Right. So Tapatava doesn't see any reason to rush this, and he can play f3 next, king f2, improve everything. Next, somewhere bishop a3 will come and the whole thing will collapse. So.
Right. He can also just push the pawns and create a passer here on this side, get this rook on d7.
That would be my least preferred option. I think I have good chances of just winning those pawns. So why would I exchange? So
true. Rook d7, rook d7.
And bishop a3 and rook d7 and f3. I mean, everything is going to collapse. So a4 is great, actually. It's a fantastic move. Bishop a3 is next. And I think white should play f3 somewhere, and then it's just game over. So,
right. Wow, that's a slow path for Wesley, but here in this position, white doesn't even have extra pawn or extra material, but two bishops, better pawn structure, active rook. It's just so hard to survive here, and there's not too much of the tactics that you can blunder here with white.
It can be done, but it requires spectacular effort to spoil this one.
Wow, and let's check up the other game. I thought it already finished. It was so equal position. For a moment, I had a feeling that we had only one last game in progress. So after rook c6 here, white played rook b2, and yeah, for some reason, Hikaru did not repeat it here, rook c1 move, and he went for rook a6, target the queen, and now he went to rook to a8. I don't know what they are doing here, just wow. Knight h2 now, white is offering the knight straight, so this can be, oh, what is this?
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, definitely Hikaru is not playing here for a win. There's no way he's hoping here to win in this endgame, right?
But then knight h6 is very strange. I'm not sure what these guys are doing, actually. Because if you want to, why are they? No, I believe one of them is playing for a win. Maybe Hikaru just thinks I want to play a long game, or maybe he suddenly realized that he had chances before and he's irritated. I mean, why play knight h6? Unless it turns out to be a joke, and maybe after knight f3 he comes back to g4. But otherwise, this seems quite bizarre to me.
It seems like
really
yes.
Bizarre to me. Why do this?
Well, he might think to come here on f5, but this is not any better square. Maybe.
Well, if you play knight f5 and f6, and in theory the knight could come to e4, but we're talking a lot of things happening, and of course Shaq is not going to be asleep at the wheel when this happens. He can also improve his knight, by the way. He can go knight e1, d3, f4 if black does all this. So.
Ooh, f6. Wow, Hikaru
He is playing for a win. Oh my God. Okay. I was also thinking that the day is finishing, but here we are.
It's not yet.
No, but come on, knight e1 and then knight d3. Improve the knight and it's over. There's nothing happening here.
Okay, it's so hard to play.
Yeah, Wesley resigned.
Oh, Wesley resigned. After a4, he just resigned here, Rishi. Just in here, he's not losing any material. He has all the pieces on the board, as much as white, but he just resigned. He could not stand this anymore. Wow.
Yep.
Wow, that's he couldn't just stand it. He just wants now some time to understand what happened and then to focus tomorrow's tiebreaker. Let's take a quick look at the format of the tiebreaker, as now surely we have at least one. We're gonna have two rapid game, which means that we're gonna have 15 minutes plus 10 seconds increment, and in case if this ends in a draw, Then we're gonna have 2 blitz games, and here the time control will be shorter. It will be 3+2 only. And in case if it's a draw, then we're gonna see the Armageddon, 5 minutes versus 4 minutes. White will get 5 minutes, and Black will get 4 minutes. Rishi, have you ever had Armageddon game ever?
Oh yes, I have played many Armageddon games. In fact, in Norway chess, you play Armageddon games every time you draw. So that is also, but I've played Armageddon games for sure.
And which side would you normally pick, white or black?
I used to think that black actually had a significant advantage for only 1 minute. So then the question is, should you go to 4 versus 3? Because then it balances it a bit more. But nowadays, many people take white or black depending on their mood and their spirit. So it seems to be more of a decision they take at the board rather than something they thought in advance.
So we can now go back to this game, and they will now get the increment on the clock. They are having 39 moves already for now, and yeah, they don't really struggle on the time here. So this is really interesting. What can we hear Black's hope? Why he's still just pushing?
Beats me. I mean, in theory, if you get G5, G4 and the thing, then white is running out of squares here and there, and you can torture white. But let's just make a few moves. I go King F1 here.
Right.
Then I'm going to go King E2. Then I'm going to go Knight E3. What's your winning plan?
So this King E2, G5.
But then I take twice and I go Knight F3.
True.
And I have the E5 square for myself as well. So
it's a clear.
Maybe the thing was after King F1, he wants to go Knight D6 and Knight F5, sorry. But then I can go Knight G2. And that's another point of this, that I can play Knight G2 somewhere. Now, Knight G2 here, you'll go G5, right? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Knight G5.
And then you stop me. So I can take and come back to E1 and threaten F1, E1 and threaten to go Knight F3. And then you play G4 and I go back and I go to F4. I mean, it's a bit, white has to grovel a bit, but it's basically okay, I think. But in the initial position, for instance, you don't want to play Knight G2 because after Rook C1 check, you have to come back to E1. So maybe that kind of little unpleasant.
This is very nice line. Let's show it on the board. If you go King H2 now, Knight G4 wins the game, as King H3 is now only move, and Black can just take the pawn on F2. Then it's possible to checkmate here, or just the pawn is
yes, King H3. I mean, sorry, you can go Rook. Yeah, King G, and then now Rook C7, C2. It must be just horrible. Nothing can move. So
you can't move any piece. It's a Zugzwang. It's a Zugzwang. Oh no.
It isn't. I mean, you can go Rook B8 check and wait over there. Why?
And come back then.
Yes. Also, Black can't make progress yet with a mate, but solid pawn up and still white. I mean, Black can play G5 somewhere and then bring the king closer and everything. So
true.
This is not going to happen. This is not
going to happen because after this check, you can always play 91 here and unpin your knight and then activate it. So Rook B3, Shak is now going to chase the rooks and try to at least try. Yeah,
this is. I mean, I was trying to avoid it because after Rook B3, Rook B3, Rook C1, you have to play King F1. But again, King F1, Knight G4, King E2, Rook A1. But even here, I can play Rook B2, and it's problem solved. So.
Wow. Rook b3 now is the move 40, and they have a lot of time on the clock. Yeah, they were gonna have even more 30 minutes, and the game is not over yet. They are still fighting for the best. Let's take a look once again. What is the prize fund for this tournament, and what they are fighting for is the last 2 seats at the candidates tournament is already taken. So the winner will get 24,000 euros and the runner-up will get 18,000 euros. And now the Grand Prix points are not so important, and we're not bringing them anymore. But the prize is still here. Prize fund is 150,000 euros, and all these players, all these 4 players, have already guaranteed 12,000 euro. Just yeah, this tournament to qualify at the semifinals. And Vishay, we're going to take now a break, and by the time we're back, we can also talk a little bit about the situation of another spot at the candidates tournament, which can be taken by the higher rated player. And we do know that Dingliren is now playing a chess tournament, so we can talk about this later. But before, we're taking a break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We are having semifinals at the Grand Prix 2022, and we're honored to be joined by Vishy Anand today. And he brought us some luck, because now we know that we're going to have tie breaks, at least one tie breaks tomorrow. And this game of Shakir Mamadyrov and Hikaru Nakamura is also quite equal. But here, Hikaru is still trying to push a little bit, and he played G5, Vishy, in the position. So what is his hopes?
Well, first of all, if H G5, F G5, I think he's hoping to just have an H pawn there and maybe use that to tie down the white knight on F3, for instance. But let's get into specifics. Suppose I play H G5, F G5, King E2. I sort of draw you out and say, get your H4 in. So you play H4, GH4, GH4, knight F3, H3. Now I can go rook B6, but rook C2 check might start to become unpleasant. I mean, I'm trying to envisage some scenario where this becomes a problem. I can go King E1. You go knight G4. I go rook takes E6. Are we getting somewhere?
So
maybe King G7, something like that, just to. I don't believe it, but I'm trying to find some way where he can even lose this.
But what happens after H2 here? How white is?
Then I would take it and go rook D6 and collect the last pawn, and that's it.
Right. In this position after rook C2, the engine says that knight E2 is just a route to replay it, and that's okay for white if you push it.
Okay. So H2, he just wants to do it with the cover it with the rook. That's impressive. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But then it occurred to me, why do I give you the H pawn? Let me play King E2 in this starting position, the one we have right now.
True. Here, without trading, right? G5
yes,
and just
without trading, I go King E2. So now if you play G4 and try to squeeze me, I'll have knight D3, and the knight is always going to be threatened to come to F4. So you can try GH4, GH4, knight F5. Then but I have knight D3 with the idea of knight F4. I also have knight G2, and I think both moves draw comfortably.
The knight G2 is also a possibility. If you go after this knight, then King F3.
Then knight F4, knight F4, knight F4.
Knight F4, okay.
Well, King F3, I don't know, maybe E5 works because my pieces are kind of caught in knots. I'll probably get away anyway with some takes, rook D5, but why bother, right?
True. Yeah, why to go there? We have knight F4 here, and these 2 pawns are interesting.
Winning the H pawn, you're winning the H pawn. That's the end of that.
Yeah. Take here, take here. Okay.
So okay, Shak has gone check. So he's going to check him a few times, and what exactly, I don't know, but. Okay, there are some interesting ideas. Let's say Shak goes rook B7 check now. Did he go G7 or F7?
I think F7 is fine too.
F7, yeah. No, but if F7, then let me not give you a second check. Let me play King E2. Same plan as before. What did it change really?
For instance, knight to F5, you bring knights F3, right?
Now I can actually play H G5, F G5, knight F3 because I have some squares to land and so on.
True. Okay. But is this good after, for instance, king g7? Is it good to give more checks and bring this king at the center squares? Maybe this king can get active somehow on the king side?
I don't see what's in it for white to do this, but again, why do I need it? Why don't I play king e2?
Yeah, the king g7 has been played in rook b7.
Okay, so king g6 is going to happen, I think. I mean, it'd be strange if after all this effort, Hikaru now repeated with king g8. So.
It's time now.
He goes king g6. Oh, I get it. Now I see what Shaq wants to do. He wants to go king g6. Right. He can take on g5.
Pawn takes and now...
rook e7.
Ah.
King f6, so rook h7. And we can repeat for eternity.
You chase these weaknesses here.
One or the other.
That might do the trick. If you go passive, then knight comes...
Then knight f3, and I've actually got a big check on e5 coming.
True. Yeah. Oh, that's a very good... if rook goes passive, there can be some sort of inaccuracy here, and white can even win. So king g6 is on the board. So now we might expect h takes g5.
H takes g5.
Yeah.
The question is hg5, fg5, rook e7. Can you play h4? I don't believe it, but might as well see what happens. Gh4, gh4, rook e6 check, king g7.
Maybe e4 to open up the file and then bring the king.
e4, h3.
It takes d5. h2 and king
G2. And h2 and you're just king g2 and you're okay. Yes. Yeah. Maybe I have to play knight g4 and wait, but yeah, ed5, knight g4. But you might queen your pawn yourself while you're trying to do. I'm trying to do all this stuff with the h pawn.
Yeah.
Just queen the d pawn. So this has not worked out.
True. Now black has to stop.
I don't see it. I think king g6. If Shaq doesn't even want to calculate anything, he can play rook e7 without hg5. So that we start the process of repeating before I do anything. I think this one's in the bag.
Hikaru had really good chances here, Vishu. You can bring the game to that point when he had a chance. And it was one very good chance instead of taking the pawn on a4. So here we had this quite complicated position. He went here after h4. Hikaru found this move knight g4, which was very interesting, in h5 here. And then all this way, black played really nicely. He played a little bit passive. It looks passive, but he was waiting now. A little bit, and he got some initiative after this, but knight c5, knight d7, and we thought that this is a very good chance here for black at this point.
But quite difficult to spot how strong it is. G6 and simply, and like I mentioned to you, Katie, I would see that I'm in trouble with white much more easily than I would say that I am better with black. Because with black, you might not appreciate it. With white, you're sitting there thinking, if my opponent plays this move, what is my next move? And I think thinking in those terms, what is my next move, suddenly tells you how good or bad your position is. So
right. Yeah, here black could g6 gives the biggest advantage, the engine, because somewhere in some line probably it's very useful. But also moves like queen c7 or bishop e8 just keeps black slightly better position. But instead of this, here Hikaru decided to trade the pieces, and we have this position where we thought he was repeating the moves, but he went to the end game, and now he's trying to push a little bit of pawns on the king side, and he started to push g5 first, And H takes G5 is on the board, Vichy. So Hikaru went here, F takes G5, and this is currently the position.
Yeah. So we are thinking that repeating with rook e7 and rook h7 should do the trick here. Let's see.
Good. Should be enough, because now if you drop your h5 pawn, the knight has not the best squares to go, and rook just takes it. So we do have, we have rook king e2 instead.
Okay. And Hikaru goes rook a1.
He wants to have a chance to give a check, because from c1 now he had no rook c2 check, and now he's looking for these checks.
Okay, let's fall into his trap and go knight f3.
Check.
You go rook a2 check, I go king f1.
Knight
g4, knight e5 check. Okay, I admit this was embarrassing, but now how do you win anyway? Because if you play king f5, I have rook h7. And we're back where we started.
True.
If you play king e4 or king g4, I have king g2. And I don't, how are you going to make progress?
King g4, king g2. Okay, a1 has this threat, but yeah, as you saw here in this line, it's not even a big threat, and rook e7 is still I think here. Oh, maybe that's what he thinks. So for instance,
well, rook e7, I can go rook a2 check.
King F1.
And then I can go knight g4.
So takes gonna be very bad, as it can drop.
F5 as well, and then suddenly f2 is.
Knight d3 here, I would say, minor. You guard this, and then you want to play knight e5.
Yes. I wanted to play king f6, attacking your rook. But I guess what the computer will now do is rook h7, rook d2, and say knight e5, and laugh at me. Because if I go rook f2 check, you play king e1, but because of the threat of mate, in fact, black is in big trouble here.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. There's a mate, for instance, we can show it after rook g2 or any rook moves. Rook f7 is a checkmate, and if you drop the rook here, this is just losing because king takes.
Well, I don't know, but king f2 at least white's. I don't know if it's lost, because it's quite hard to win this one. Knight g4 check and king g6, and might not be winning, but at the very least, it shouldn't be a.
In the game, we have knight d3 played by Shak here, and rook a2 check. So he's ready. Now he will play king e1 probably, and he's ready. If knight jumps on g4, he will go right away knight d5 check.
Yeah.
There was a good point. D takes c5 in this position where we gave up f2 pawn, and here this knight on e5 was hanging. This move looks quite tempting here. D takes
but
c5
king g6
is
yeah.
a check, but after king g6 here, this is also rook. Rook is also hanging, so this pawn and game is not winning for white. It's losing, so you have to save the rook, and this is still very bad position for white. So yeah, D takes c5 is unnecessary. Just you can take the rook here on f2. So knight d3, rook a2 is a move, and Shak is thinking. Well, Shak is thinking. We can talk a little bit about the candidates tournament, which is coming this year in June in Madrid, and we do have all the players already known except one. We have here the question mark, and this spot should be taken by the highest rated player by the May 2022 rating list, and the rest of the players has already qualified from different tournaments, or for instance, Teimur Rajabov is a nominee from the FIDE, and Hikaru Nakamura, Richard Rapport has qualified from the Grand Prix series. And here, this question mark is now open, and it can be taken by Ding Liren, as he is now competing in the tournament where he has already played 7 games with him, and he has 6.5 points. He's also gaining a little bit of the rating, and he is planning to play all the 26 games, rated games, to make it to 30 games, active classical games, and then he will be eligible to play at the Candidates Tournament 2022. So what do you think about this decision of Ding Liren, that he's now playing a lot of games before May rating list?
It's a solution designed to cope with the rules. He's trying to exactly fit into the rules, and the rule says 30 games by May, then he's playing them all at this time. I mean, no one is going to argue that Ding doesn't deserve to be there. So that he is jumping these hoops, I'm fine with it. But it's also a bit funny. I mean, what if one of the others now started playing 30 games and pushed up their rating as well? And so what would happen? Ideally, this kind of situation, well, it just feels strange that he has to play how many 26 games, and in a hurry just to get in. What can you do?
True. Do you think he will?
Clearly, he had difficulties traveling or whatever. So this is where we are at.
Do you think he might be tired of playing so much games for the Candidates Tournament, because he's competing in 2,600 Grandmasters every day, 2 games a day, and it's a constant, like almost 1 month. Do you think this can affect his play at the Candidates Tournament if he qualifies?
He should still have a decent interval to recover. So at any rate, I don't know what to say. I mean, on what basis should I tell you what will happen? He might be tired, maybe he won't. But he's scoring heavily. That's one thing. I mean, as you pointed out, these are 2,600 players. They're not unrated or something, and he's managed a huge score.
He has to win all the games. He cannot lose a game, Vishy, because if he loses a rating, then Aronian can take over him.
I don't think it works. I don't think that can happen anymore. I think because it's all by averages, right? It's not. What exactly is the criteria? Is it your rating on May 1st, or is it your average rating over the last few months? And
by the rating,
he would qualify by that. But that is also unfair there, because by not playing, his rating hasn't fluctuated at all, and he was very high to begin with. But I mean, nobody's going to make the case that he's that he somehow gamed the system only for this purpose. I think it's rather the opposite, that due to the pandemic and everything, he's now trying to solve the problem and squeeze in through this one open door. Which, by the way, wasn't even a possibility till a couple of weeks ago. And so the spot opened up surprisingly, and in the sense that you couldn't predict that this would happen, and then here we are. It's not elegant, but Ding is a phenomenal player. He's no harm to the candidates.
Right. Let's bring once again the Candidates Tournament on the screen, and have all these players and consider that they can make it the last spot. There is a question in the chat. Who do you think has the best chances to win the candidates tournament and go to the World Championship match out of all these players?
I get the sense that Jan Nepomniachtchi has sort of landed on his feet. I mean, the match was a huge disappointment for him, but he seemed to cope well in Warsaw and some other online events. I don't know whom to pick. I mean, as is usually said in these situations, it's an embarrassment of riches. I like Hikaru's chances even. I think he doesn't feel that much pressure anymore. I think he wants to do well and he's working very hard, but it doesn't happen sort of thing. So he will benefit from that. And obviously he's looked very impressive over the board. And like all people, I'm very excited to see what Firouzja will do. But again, while his strength is huge, it's his first time with very strong competition. So anyway, whoever wins will deserve to win. That I can tell you.
That's true. Indeed, all the action is going to start in June this summer in Madrid, and it will be the capital of the chess. But before that, there is still Ding Liren trying to get his right to play in the tournament, and we do have this endgame. They are still trying to keep it go after Rook A2, that we saw that was made here. Rook B2 has been played, and here we had the rook trade, H4. Black created a pass pawn on the king side, but white is just very strong here. King gets on F3, and now king starts to stop the pawn going further.
Yeah, I don't see how this is going to end badly for white. So it's a draw. Hopefully fairly soon, and they just get through the motions. But like, what do? You go king G5, I go knight D3, knight G4, knight C5 or knight F4. And if king F5, knight E6 works.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, 96.
Yes, and so black will actually have to take the reasonable way out and just not do anything. Maybe king F3, king F5, knight D7, and knight D3 in the correct way is knight F7.
Hmm.
But if I go king G2, this one should be in the bag. Knight G5, F3. And how are you going to lose this?
Hard to lose it indeed.
Anyway, I'm slightly baffled by why Hikaru was coasting the draw and then suddenly got annoyed and tried this last winning attempt. But here we are.
It's very interesting. I'm going to wait the interview after the game. There will be perhaps a question about that, and it's very interesting to see what is his thoughts. Yeah, we were talking. You mentioned about this candidates. Chances of at the candidates tournament for Hikaru, and in one of his interviews, very beginning of the Grand Prix, said that we have a draw now. We have a draw. They have fixed the draw.
Okay, so
yeah, king F3 was a draw from Shak, and yeah, Hikaru just. Got it.
Decided to
could not say no here in this position, right? was a long day. Anyways, 51 moving here, but today's hero is Tabatabai, who managed to win a game before the time, controlling 30 moves. And that happened because of Wesley's move, knight h4, which was a blunder. It had really good ideas, but rook d3 was spotted by Tabatabai, and then queen c3, and that was the reason why this game went down for Wesley. And now let's take a look at the tomorrow's tie breaks. So here we have all these players having 1 point, which means that tomorrow we are going to have tie breaks, and we have to take a once again look at the format, what that means. So instead of classical time control, we're going to have rapid games, 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. And because it's shortened time control, they're going to play 2 games with white pieces and with black pieces. And in case if they make 2 draws, then we're going to have a blitz game. But at this time, they're going to have only 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And in case if it's a draw again, then we'll go to Armageddon game, where white gets 5 minutes and black gets 4 minutes. And that's also quite exciting to watch the Armageddon game. But before that, they have to play rapid and the blitz indeed. And a lot of fun is ahead of us, Wishing.
Yes, tomorrow should be a dramatic day. And I think especially Wesley is the one who will have to pull himself together today if he wants to do this. But, full marks to, I mean, he beat one of the people who hardly loses any games in chess, and he beat him on demand. That's very, very impressive.
Indeed, tomorrow will be a lot of excitement, and please come here at this channel at 3 p.m. Central European time. That's when the game's gonna start, and all these 4 players have equal chances to qualify to the finals, where the prize fund is really big, and every game matters from now. And Vishy, thank you so much for joining me and being amazing co-host and give us all these details and the stories. You gave us the stories that we can't hear anywhere, but from you only. And thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Katie. Always a pleasure to be with you. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vishy. And you guys, thanks a lot for being with us here on YouTube and also Twitch. And don't forget to come back tomorrow, because it will be a lot of fun to see the tie breaks. So see you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.